Last we left our heroes. You'd left Verdantia and made your way south, heading towards the Vale on a mission that was twofold. Firstly, you traveled as the protective guard to an emissary of King Malcolm Delarian, one seeking reconciliation with the Valenwood tribes and a reunification of the provinces. He also happens to be Valentine's stepfather, Francis Fleurwild. You are tasked with his safe arrival in the Heartwood, somewhere in the Vale, to meet with the elders of the Sylvan tribe. Secondly, you have your own mission, one of seeking out another of these powerful relics of an older age of heroes, known as the Fey Warden. Somewhere within these ancient trees supposedly lies its master, Sylvanus. Your trail has led you to the Vale, but from here the path is not quite clear as of yet. Nonetheless, you made your way into the woods, and found traversing its paths and trails somewhat vexing. At times it seemed to open up for you and welcome you in through sunlit trails of rich greenery, and others you found yourselves hedged in and surrounded by tangles of bramble catching at your clothes in the darkness. It was in one of these darker groves you stumbled upon a small clearing where this icy vine and a mangled corpse were found, and where you were beset upon by a large murder of crows. You eliminated their swarming attacks swiftly, with little damage done, but the omen of being watched and these woods not being quite so inviting was embedded within you. Finally, as night began to fall, you found yourselves entering another small clearing, seemingly safe space to set up camp. Gord set out his staff of the woodlands and created the massive treetop in which you utilized for camp previously, and as Hondo and Lav got underway with the first watch, the rest of you began to sleep in the treetop, though not for long. Within the first hour, as darkness fell, the winds grew cold and steadily stronger. A low fog quickly grew up around the base of the forest, prompting the alert of your party, though it wasn't long after the whipping winds grew even fiercer and brought with them freezing rain, sleet, and hail. As your party was suddenly swept up in the rapidly deteriorating blizzard, you scrambled for cover, protection, and warmth. Sustaining some immediate damage, it was Mary who seemed worst hit by the cold, hardly able to stand and shivering uncontrollably in the storm. Though through some ingenuity and the rapid cold, using the decanter of endless water and telekinesis, you managed to craft an igloo structure to keep the brunt of the winds and snow from burying you in the coach that you'd sheltered within, and to keep some of your mounts safe from the storm. The initial surprise wearing off, you hunkered down, awaiting the storm's passage, though it never seemed to come. All night the blizzard ravaged the area, wind pounding the sides of the coach and blasting through the open slats in the windows. The trees in the area nearby threatened to topple over in the ferocious storm, but thankfully a tenuous night's rest was achieved. And as we pick up, you all awaken the following morning as the storm has slowly settled and begins to kind of dissipate over about a half hour's time as you come to dissipate to a rather pleasant day in the Vale. Gord and Hondo, however, two of you could not quite get a comfortable night's rest, and as a result are exhausted by 1 point. Mary, you do finally feel the extreme freeze you felt since the storm descended begin to slowly fade from you. And surprisingly, you do not feel exhausted. You're very, very hardy.
High con.
And you can finally, after this time, feel the feeling return to your extremities, and you don't expect you don't expect any long-term damage as a result of this exposure.
Do I still feel that cold in my chest? You mentioned that there was something at the end of last session that hasn't gone away.
It seems to fade as the morning light takes and the storm itself begins to kind of fade away. You feel yourself return to your normal self.
Okay.
You guys are all grouped together, sleeping atop and beside one another beneath a jumble of blankets, and using just each other for body warmth. Francis and Grant are also kind of just stuffed in with you, and it's a tight squeeze with all of you inside the coach. And as you kind of come to, you can see the wind has kind of blown through some of the open areas of the coach that you couldn't quite close up, and there is a small dusting of snow across everything that begins to melt as you begin to feel the day's heat begin to take on as it had been the day previous when you first entered the Vale. The morning is yours.
That was fucking crazy. Hondo, Lav, what the hell happened last night?
I don't know. We saw that fog. It got really scary. And then Hondo yelled so loud. Hondo! Shh. Keep your voice down, Hondo.
We had to wake everyone up. It was a very scary fog.
I mean, to be fair, it worked, and it was probably worth it. At least we were conscious when the hail hit us.
I feel like you woke up more than just our party.
What if you screaming like that? By the way, I love that you woke us up. I'm glad you did. But what if the screaming like triggered that storm? Like, I don't know. This storm, this forest seems to have like a mind of its own.
I can't control the world around me. I can only control the people here. So if they wake up, they wake up. That's why I advocated burning this forest down long
No,
ago.
I don't like that. I look around at the forest apologetically. I think we should be nice as we move through this forest.
I will be nice to it, but if it wrongs me, I will wrong it times 10.
Lav, are you okay? And I will glance in Aurora's direction and the other horses. They pretty frozen.
They're not.
Yeah, you can definitely see Aurora and the two who are leading the larger horses who are pulling the coach have suffered the worst of it. And in a short time, as you guys exit the coach, you see a couple of others who attempted to make it out of the clearing away from the storm, but to no avail, sadly. You do see that there are two missing, as you quickly, using all your passives and stuff, very quickly. You don't see two in the immediate vicinity. They may have very well taken off into the forest.
Was one of them Aurora?
No.
It's okay, Lav. It's gone to a better place, and we will have good meat for the next week.
Well, I don't know about this better place. I haven't really been to a better place. But just another example of something leaving me. So let's eat.
Oh my god.
Frostbitten horse meat.
I pull out the sword to cut it up.
Okay.
I
You
will-
can certainly try it. Using your passive investigation and insight, it looks real cold and solid, but I'm not saying don't do it.
Well, whatever happens there, can I make I would like to see if I could track the other horses, see if they ran in a specific direction.
Sure. Make a survival check at disadvantage.
Okay.
We
First
also
roll
need
of the
to
night.
find all our shit.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
10.
The carpet.
The carpet. We need to find the carpet. I got 10 on the horse thing.
Yeah, you spend about 10-15 minutes trying to look around, and as morning quickly is heating up and eliminating the majority of the gathered snow, it does still take some time, and as things begin to melt, any kind of tracks and trails were lost within the snow, and nothing seems to be obvious to you and could easily have been washed away with things that begin to melt over a very short amount of time.
We need to find that carpet.
Yeah, is there like all of our stuff was up in the tree still, right? Because we
So
weren't wearing
The tree is still standing as part of the enchantment, the Staff of the Woodlands, until Gord releases its power. It still is going to be up there. But all of your packs, anything that wasn't immediately on you or immediately grabbed, besides Hondo and Lavender, who were on the ground, your stuff's not with you.
I think I put armor on while this is happening.
You put your breastplate on, and in fairness, also makes sense that you would have been still wearing your cloak, but you used the chart and
true.
you long rested. So technically, yeah, the cloak is back.
We need to look for our stuff.
And you have
Gord, do you want to? Thank God. Gord, do you want to take this tree down and we can see if our stuff falls down?
Wait, you don't want to take the tree down. You got those vials in your bag. What if it just falls to the ground?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank God I had those vials, plural, in my bag. Can we climb up this tree? Who's good at climbing?
Yeah, I
Only
can
we
do
had
it.
someone who used to scale buildings.
I'll do it.
Sure. Throw an athletics check.
14 plus 8, so that's 24.
That's 22.
No, that's not 24.
It's 22.
Yes.
You begin to scale the tree, and reinvigorated by the feeling back in your hands, able to actually do so where you felt very powerless the night previous. You begin to scale the tree once more, and it's relatively easy. As part of the enchantment, Gord has kind of created some easy branches that you can grab hold of and pull yourself up on. But it does take time. It's a 50-foot tall or 60-foot tall tree, but you guys are about 50 feet up. And you begin to scale that, though it will take a few minutes as everyone kind of gathers themselves. But you make your way to the areas where you guys were sleeping. If you want to make an investigation check.
Ooh.
I like that. Ooh. I like that. Ooh.
It's good, ooh. It's a 28.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay.
There's nothing there.
There's not much here at all.
Great.
With a 28, I would say you see Valentine's bag of holding.
That's good.
Is thrown out on the edge of a branch and seems to have caught hold of about 2 or 3 branches, and it's kind of tangled. But thankfully is not tipped upside down. Is just kind of held in place. However, your pack, your swords, not in visible range. All of your bedrolls and blankets are to the wind. You don't see Allie's stuff. You do actually, I should say, would have seen Allie's hammer, which didn't go very far. It is just kind of slid across where it was. It moved, but not far.
The baby.
Gord's has his stuff, and the other two have their stuff. But that's
So swords, maybe
All my
javelin,
the armor.
armor, javelin, carpet.
Okay,
We gotta
guys.
do a
There's,
big.
yeah, there's not a lot up here. We gotta get our shit back.
Let's do a coordinated effort here. All hands on deck. Let's do a grid search. Everyone be really inspirational to each other, and let's see what we can do here.
Mary.
Who's-
Before
Val, I
you
will
guys continue this, throw me a perception check, just for my curiosity.
Everyone?
Mary.
Oh, me. 18. Going
Nice.
Pretty good so far. Plus 6.
Okay. Continue as you were.
Great.
I was like,
I'll yell down to Valentine and just tell him about his bag. You might want to fly up here with Fern and like use Mage Hand or something. It's far out on the edge of a branch. I don't really want to get out there and break it or fall.
Maybe we should ask the forest for help.
You shouldn't be the one, but I like that idea.
Gord is good at talking to plants. He should be the
Plants
guy.
love Gord. They've always loved him, and that love for him has never changed.
Cast speak with the plant.
You don't have to speak to them if you don't want to. You don't have to like speak to them. I guess, is that a free thing you do? I don't know how your magic works.
It's not free. Do you have the spell, or are you trying to do it through the staff? Because you would have to undo the staff.
Through the staff.
Okay, so in that case, you have to take a few minutes. Mary gets back down.
Can I fly up and get my pack before
You
he
can
does
go
that?
up
Yeah.
and get your pack before. Easy enough. And then the staff reverts from being a tree, and kind of as it does, a little spray of water and melted snow splatters across you all, splattering across Gord's new helmet. But the staff is in your hands back once more.
Just sludge.
You cast Speak with Plants, Brock, or Gord.
Gord, maybe ask Ask where some of our stuff is. Ask like where the carpet is.
Ask when the next big bloom is.
Oh yeah. Ask when the blizzard is next.
Oh,
Ask,
no, like yeah.
the bloom. What do you mean the bloom? Like flower bloom?
Yeah.
No, I guess when the blizzard is, it's like way more
okay, yeah.
important.
Makes more sense.
And then also ask where Mary's swords are and that like super secret artifact we found.
Why don't you just start by asking how the forest is doing?
Yeah, open up with like a pleasantry. Hey, how are you?
You've used about 4 or 5 minutes of the cast of the spell as your newfound
How long
friends.
does this last?
I think it's a 10-minute thing. I'm not
thank God.
100%. What do you ask?
Open with a how you doing? Cord, is your internet okay?
I'm back now.
He was just pondering for a very long time. You've cast the spell. You've used about half of it in listening to Valentine and Lavender try to convince you to say certain shit. But what is the first question you ask?
What do you want me to ask him?
Where's the carpet?
Where is the carpet?
In general, where's our shit?
Make a persuasion check, Brock, at disadvantage.
Oh no, the plants are angry.
20.
And
Roll another one.
Oh,
Whichever one's lower.
18.
Still pretty good. As you approach the kind of exterior trees around this, it's a small clearing, and there is a kind of a ring of trees around the area. You approach those towards the east, and reach out and extend the staff and extend your magic through it, and ask for directions towards where your carpet was as your first kind of question. And you can see as you extend your magic and kind of your voice is no longer speaking in a language that is common, and that is one that any of you understand, but you feel the trees and you feel the forest around you kind of recoil for a moment, and this kind of wind kind of picks up, in this like cold wind, and you immediately begin to also fear that another storm is picking up, but it dies down relatively quickly, and you hear a kind of telepathic response that says, nearby.
Super rare. Super vague, rather.
They're trees.
Maybe ask, did you make this blizzard happen to us? I'd like to know whether the forest did it or if it was some like arcane caster against us.
I asked that question.
Okay. This time the forest once again picks up this cold breeze, and the boughs of the trees grow low and feel threatening towards you, though Gord, you are stalwart and strong in your stance, unfazed. And you kind of get this telepathic whisper that says, no, dark magic also near.
Oh shit. That's not good. That's a good answer to get, though. That's good to know. Maybe last question. Ask it where the heart of the forest is, or sorry, the heartwood is. That's where my stepdad wanted to go.
Sure, I'll ask that.
Okay. For this one, I need you to throw me another persuasion. Still at disadvantage, unfortunately.
First one's 14. Second one is 19.
So using the 14, the forest kind of again, like there's not so much a breeze, but you feel the forest relaxing and pulling back and returning to its state as it was before the cast of the spell. And you hear it say, kind of in your mind through this faint like wind, it says, "At the heart of the world."
Tight answer. It's a tight answer.
These some vague fucking trees, man.
I dig it. I respect it.
Is the spell done?
And you still have a couple of minutes. Like it's a 10-minute thing. It's not like you have a certain number of questions. I kind of been doing like one per minute, just like as part of like the response, call and response. Because after like 10 minutes is so goddamn long. And I did establish you'd wasted some in fucking about.
Bickering.
You probably have at least 2 more questions before the spell is out, Brock.
I wonder if we should ask the forest how we can best serve it so it's on our side.
Yeah, how we can
Ask
help
it
it.
too to see if it can like point, like lead the way to your stuff.
Yeah, we can protect it. It can tell us what it needs, what we need, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
If it says there's something evil, then, how can we help defeat it?
Yeah, so I'll ask, how can we help defeat it? And then I'll also ask, can you help direct us to our stuff?
Tight.
The forest responds in vague fashion, as it always seems to do. It says, to defeat the darkness, you must first find the darkness, and the darkness is spreading. And then it says, if you have faith, you will find what you look for.
This like weird enchanting music is like
It's
perfectly
perfect.
slightly
So perfect.
spooky.
Can I walk out? I want to search for Mary's armor.
Sure.
Can I walk forward?
I would
Before
absolutely
you
go
do.
search too.
At this point, so yeah, like this has been about 10 minutes. Like Hondo, Ali, and Mary, you guys could have been doing something else in this time if you wanted to try and search. And then Valentine, Lav, and Gord can come and help after the fact. Or you could have said you were wanting to wait for Gord's response. It's up to the 3 of you who were kind of waiting.
I probably would have started looking.
Yeah, and I would join her.
Okay.
I'm very anxious about the armor.
Hondo, are you going to join or wait?
Oh wait.
Okay. Then Ali and Mary, either both of you can make investigation or one with advantage.
I think your investigation's better than mine.
Okay. Yeah, mine's a plus 11.
Oh yeah, I'm 0, so much better.
You're just like,
Allie is helping me by like moving all the like big heavy things out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's behind this log, and the log is gone. Okay. Ooh, that wasn't great. That was much better. Well, it's a 6 and a 19, so that would
Oof,
be
good.
30.
30.
Oh shit!
Yeah, over the 10 minutes, where you feel the winds pick up and then drop, and the 2 of you are getting steadily like concerned, but then you kind of look back towards the clearing, and you see the rest of your friends are okay with this, and you see Gord kind of in the process of communicating with the trees, and the 2 of you not being magically inclined, just gonna assume that's connected, and then continue your search. Within a short amount of time, Mary, you do manage to find your weapons and Allie's pack, and actually you find all of your immediate items of your weapons, items, armor, packs.
Well done.
You find a couple of like tattered blankets and bedrolls that don't look like you'd at least the bedrolls don't look like they will continue being of use. The blankets look like they could be mended and used again. You do not see the carpet within this 10-minute search.
Okay. We'll go back.
But you
to
find the rest of
thing.
your guys' stuff.
We got everything but the carpet.
Shit.
It was, I mean, that's up pretty high and it can probably catch a breeze, so it probably went a lot further. I don't know if anyone has something that could, if there's something that can see it specific, but if you scry on it, all you're going to see is forest.
That's true.
None of us have, Neovir could find an object just by thinking about it, but I don't think any of us have that spell.
I think we should spend some time looking for it. It's so valuable. It's come in handy so many times.
I mean, especially if we don't have horses.
Yeah. I mean, what else are we going to do?
Which way, Kyle, was the wind blowing in probably not one specific direction, but was it blowing within a cone of an area, so at least know what direction to look?
You were a little out of it immediately, but what you do remember was it was in all directions. It seemed to be not like it was being forced from one side to another, though it seemed like it was coming more from I suppose it would be a southeasterly direction, primarily, but it was whipping all about in all directions as part of being this tumultuous, odd blizzard out of nowhere.
Hondo, you had the carpet. What happened? Were you riding it? Did it just come out of the tree?
We were flying on it, and I think we got taken down by the fog. It was a strong wind or the fog, but we got knocked off it.
Where were you when that happened? Do you remember what way you got blown off?
It was all in a haze, it happened quick, and I was just focused on landing properly, and Lavender was doing her hair in midair.
Honestly, you should be focusing on landing properly all of the time, I'm just saying.
But we had no idea.
Hey, look, carpets are pretty heavy, though.
Yes. They couldn't have gone very far.
They're heavier when Hondo's on it, though, I'll tell you that much.
Whoa.
He's been shadowboxing. Give him a break. Yeah, why don't we spend some more time? We could have some food now, get ready for the day, and then do a perimeter search. I don't think we're going to get far in this forest without that carpet, so if you guys are down to look for a while, I think we should.
Yeah, we can. I don't want to completely split up because that's ridiculous, but maybe groups of two.
I don't know if you guys heard this while you were looking, but yeah, I'll just say it. The forest said it didn't summon that storm.
In fairness, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
Did Gord share that information? That is between just Gord and the forest.
The plants.
Oh, really?
God.
As part of the spell, it is just communication between the two of you. It is your choice how much you share with the rest of the party. The primary question here being how much do you share of the source of the storm, this dark magic that is somewhere within the forest, and any other answers you find. How much do you share?
What to do?
What was the last thing you didn't share? Was that the desert thing?
No, it was in the forest too. It was last game.
It was something about if you wish hard enough, the forest will send you where you want, or something, like that.
It was how best to traverse the forest.
That was it.
Oh. Explain the information.
I was like, damn, I should have subtle spelled comprehend language.
Imagine my internet cut out and it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, the information was translated to Lavender, Hondo, and Valentine, and now can be relayed to Allie and Mary.
Yeah, so the forest has something spooky going on in it, and it didn't summon that storm. It wasn't trying to hurt us. Seems like there's a darkness here. So we should be on threat level disco.
Yeah.
Threat level midnight.
And stay as close with each other as possible.
We should all pair up when we search.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Each take a third of the clock face or whatever.
For some reason, I think that we should have more than pairs. Remember last time there were pairs?
We could do trios.
Yes.
What do you
Yeah.
do?
We could do ones, pairs, trios, quads.
We can't do quads. There's not enough of us.
Okay.
You technically have Francis and Grant with you.
They
There
do
you go,
not
Francis and
count.
Grant, Keith, Fern, Mira,
Aurora.
Aurora.
Predictable.
So many mounts.
How far do you guys want to begin this search? Where in certain directions? How long do you want to spend doing this? Like, is there a limit?
I'd say let's start with an hour. Like no longer than an hour to start.
Start with an hour, then reassess. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, what are the groups?
I will go with Francis and Laugh.
Okay.
Why don't we do trios?
I think we need to split Hondo and IF. We're both pretty good at looking for shit, and I don't know if maybe we should have someone of that on each team.
Very well.
And also someone should take Alana in case something needs to be hit really hard.
Elena, come on our team.
We gotta do trios.
No.
Okay. Why don't you, Lav, and Francis be a group? Raleigh, Lav, Francis. I'll go with Gord and Fern, and then Hondo, Mary, and Grant. You guys can look. Does that sound good?
How is Fern a part of this tree?
Fern's good at tracking things. He's got a good smell.
I've got Keith though, so we're outnumbered.
All right, let's start over.
Look, maybe if we just split up into two groups and we spend an hour, that should be plenty. Then within those two groups, it's not like we all have to stand right beside each other. It's just within eye line.
I agree.
You don't have to stand shoulder to shoulder. Within eye line, each of us can take, maybe we each go in opposite directions, go clockwise out, fanned out as far as we can so that you can still see the furthest person from you, but so that you're kind of going in one big clockwise motion around each half of around this space.
This forest is spooky. I agree with this plan. Try and keep this clearing in sight. We'll leave the carriage here as like a sight line. And if you get lost, use some sort of flare or yell. Use your earring or Lav if you don't have one. Send up one of your fire bolts, and we'll come find you.
Yeah, let's just everyone stay within sight line. Whoever's on the closest, maybe whoever's best at spotting things can kind of be on the end so that it's easy for them to keep an eye on the people closer to the middle.
But Gord said, this forest said, if you have faith, you'll find what you look for. So really believe it. Make me believe it when you're looking that you really want to find the carpet, okay? It was our friend. It saved us. We neglected it. Now it's time to pay it back.
That sounds fake, but okay.
Hondo, you're the one who has the most of a connection with it. You were its pilot. It was your fern.
I will do all it will take to find it. As I said, I will do what it takes, and if the forest is nice, it would be great. But if it crosses me, I will burn it down.
Don't say that, Bert. Don't say that, Bert. All right, let's look.
Okay, so thinking of the forest from a top-down view, thinking in terms of a clock, what direction, what hour point do you guys begin your search? Each group is going to take at some direction.
Can I ask a clock question?
Yeah.
Do
12
we know,
is north.
Do we know where the fog came from on the clock?
The fog came from all directions.
Oh, okay. It wasn't like
It just kind of
Okay.
came into the clearing in all directions. There was no origin point.
We
I'll
can just
take-
start like 3 and what would that be? 3 and 10? No, 3 and 9.
3 would be east, 9 would be west.
And just go clockwise.
Okay.
Cool. I like that.
Okay.
We're like all spaced out between like 3 and 9, and then we just like shift.
Well, kind of like I was thinking, so that we can get deeper into the forest. It'd be like, say we was just the 6 of us. It could be 3 are at 3, but one is starting like if it's a clock. One is kind of starting where the hands are. One is like slightly more towards the actual 3, as if you're like going out in a radius.
Yeah, that's
And
cool.
you can all see each other, so that it's like one arm of the clock moving. But that way you can get deeper into the forest without someone having to walk straight out into the forest.
Mm-hmm.
But we're rotating, right? We're not going too far.
No. So the person who's on the end is going to go the furthest, just like the hand of a clock.
But then when we're there, are
Yeah.
we slowly moving towards like 6?
In a line.
Yeah, in like pivoting from the center of a clock.
Love it. This is a great plan.
Pivot.
Better than
Okay.
I would have thought. I like it.
So Mary's group will start at 3. Who are the groups again?
Hondo, maybe you should go on the other one. Like I said, we're both good at finding shit, and then we need to split up whoever's good at just spotting things from a distance as well. And Elena should probably go in the other group. I'm not in case something needs to get hit.
We'll do Brawley, Val, Francis, Lav, Grant, Mary, Gordo, Fern.
Oh my god, he's laying things down right now.
He's just checking stuff. Don't worry.
No, he's lifting stuff.
So.
Yeah.
Let's
You got
have someone from each group roll investigation, and someone else from that group roll survival.
Okay, I would love to inspire
I will roll
Lav,
investigation.
Okay.
and that's cool. Brawley, are you good at survival?
I believe so. I am, yes, +5.
Yeah,
So-
then you can hit up our survival.
Okay.
What's your inspiration?
My inspiration is a D10. So
And this group is the
yeah, that one.
3 o'clock or 9 o'clock group.
I think he was at.
Sorry, were you
3.
asking us?
Yeah, you guys are you 3 and Francis are 3 or 9.
We'll be 3. 3's cool.
Just trying to keep this in my head.
You
So
wanna know numbers?
investigation total.
15.
Okay. Survival total.
15 as well.
Oh, look at you guys. Let's go to the opposite group. One of you investigation, one of you survival. I will be straight up. Grant is no help here.
I can roll investigation, but
Okay.
someone else is gonna have to roll survival.
So
I don't know if
Hondo
Gord's
or
okay with it or
Gord
Hondo?
do survival.
I can check.
Just one of these weird things where, like, should Gord be good at this? But he's got a weird druid stat. Like,
My
Gord, what's your
survival's +4.
It's not
What about you?
bad.
Hondo?
Mine's 4 too. I
Gord,
can-
you've been pretty dominant
I
of the
just
force.
rolled a 17.
There we
That's
go.
the one. That's the one.
You ready?
Investigation.
I rolled a 16, so it's 27.
Nice.
Both of your groups in this well thought out kind of arcing pattern begin to make your search and are moving relatively quickly with the intent of closing the clock by the end of your hour. So moving relatively quickly, your search is a little tougher. Though thankfully, with the guidance of Gord and Allie, each individual group, and using the well thought out line of keeping you pivoted to this clearing, none of you get lost, none of you lose your way, and keep in touch with one another. Unfortunately, no sign of your carpet
After an hour?
after an hour.
We still gotta look. I think we still gotta look. How much of the clock face have we done?
After an hour, you do a full revolution. So
Okay.
9s will hit 3, 3s will hit 9. Actually, you'll go all the way the full 360. You'll back to your original positions.
You think the carpet could be caught in the treetops?
Could be.
I mean, we can try
Hondo was
again.
flying when it
We could
was.
do another
lifted.
look, but instead of looking on the ground, yeah, look up. That's a good idea.
Do you
Yeah.
want to take Fern and do that?
Sure. It's a good
And
idea.
somebody else go with him too.
Well, I don't know. It might be smart to have you guys on the ground too.
Well, we could do both. We could do the other. Each of us can just keep. We're talking the earrings. Each of us can just keep going in the same direction, I can get my mount too if we want to fly it. It's the only time I'm going to be able to use her. Today.
Nah, save her.
Okay, well, what a gourd. What if, do you feel like turning it into a bird and at least doing the sky side view of it? And I'll do the remaining on the ground. Same thing. Maybe one of us just missed something on the ground, but otherwise we can have two people looking from the sky following above as well. Okay.
I also think we should try this. I can do it. I mean, just like really think about it. Just like say out loud, like, Forrest, I would really like to find our carpet. And I'll even like put more effort into that by like taking out Heartbreaker, getting down on my knees, maybe touching a little tree, and just really fucking concentrate on that.
Okay.
I will feel very silly, but I will do something similar.
Okay. Gord, you're going to turn into a bird of some kind?
Giant eagle.
Okay.
Oh, I was going
So-
to do that too.
Using your giant eagle form and Valentine taking off on Fern, and are the rest of you trying to help from the ground or just going to wait and see what they can find, what they spot?
I think we're just going to do the rest of the clock the same way we did before, except someone's going to be flying, and then like I'll look on the ground again.
I see.
And a
what you're
gourd
saying.
can look from the air, and then whoever else is with us can be the person who keeps track of no one getting lost.
Okay. Let me have a perception check from Valentine and from Gord. Gord used the stats of a giant eagle, which gives you advantage on perception, but may change the bonus. So check the giant eagle stats in D&D Beyond. Valentine, throw perception, but you can add your charisma on top of that.
Kyle, it could be when druids change, don't they keep their mental stats?
What?
Why? That's why you take someone with
Hit
you.
the mic cord. Stupid mic cord.
I mean, if it hits something, that doesn't count.
Nah.
For perception,
Yeah.
Wisdom if you don't have it.
I have passive perception.
No, you have a perception.
Oh wait, no,
bonus.
+9. I see it. Oh, it's the same.
What was your total?
I just rolled a 19.
Okay.
So good.
And Val, still, what's your total?
Oh, well. It would
Be
be...
a lot still.
It's still a lot.
14.
Even more. +5 for charisma, so 19.
You guys spend another hour doing another revolution. Those of you on the ground, you maintain the same path you took before, and you don't feel the forest change. You don't find anything new on this revolution. However, the two of you in the air, Val, you reach out with your connection to the Summer Queen, to the Feywild, and to whatever entity or divine presence or a natural presence of this forest, and you kind of just put yourself out towards the world, out towards where this forest originates, and you feel it like respond in kind in a weird way. There's like a feeling of warmth and connection. Unfortunately, you do not spot anything as you spend your time flying. But Gord, as you take a revolution around, you do spot a tangled red and purple piece of fabric within the treetops to the northeast of the of your clearing, about an hour's journey from where you guys are. Though with your long, wide arc, you can see it's been tangled up in the upper treetops, and you almost see, like, as you kind of make this final revolution to where you spot it, you do see this kind of faint movement in the trees, like a line towards your clearing, towards where you guys had initially camped. And it seems to be shifting as if the trees are slightly parting.
Like that's happening now?
It's currently happening as Gord, you spot it, and it's almost what initially gives your eye line to follow up this line to this treetop area where you can see your carpet is tangled up within the tree.
Should I swoop down and snatch it?
You can swoop. It's going to be a little bit a longer journey away from your party, but if you have the time in your wild shape, you can swoop down and make a strength check as the eagle.
What do I roll for that on the page then?
So just roll a d20.
Okay.
Just straight d20, and you're gonna add 3 to it.
Holy fuck! That's a 21.
What?
Nice.
All right.
You're killing it tonight.
Loves me.
A giant eagle is a pretty strong creature, and it's a large creature. It takes you a second to like loose the carpet from the tangle of branches, but relatively quickly enough, you scoop it up in your talons. Val, you notice towards about the half-hour point, Gord begin to take a trajectory away from this kind of sundial clock you have set up here, but you can still spy him as you're flying along, and that's kind of what pulls your eye away from your initial search. And you can see... Go ahead.
I'll radio the group then and just be like, I think Gord might be onto something. Just gonna take off after him. He's just flying northeast. I'll be right back.
As the hour comes to an end, the two of you have managed to collect the carpet, and it's another about 20 minutes back flying, thankfully. Through the on foot it might have been longer, but flying it's a little faster. Another 20 minutes back. So you guys have spent about 2.5, almost pushing into 3 hours by the time you've awoken, but have recouped all your stuff.
Well, guys, this could have been worse. We're all
When
alive.
When they went, like when Val said, "Oh, I think he got something," could I like stop and start like putting my armor on and just getting the rest of that shit ready for the day?
Yep, easy enough. Allie could do the same. You're not armored up yet, but
Sure.
you guys are all able to. And while these two are gone too, you notice Francis is trying to just collect the things from his cart, from his coach, and to try and put what he can take with him into bags and travel bags. You notice Grant has yet to really do much of anything and is kind of just sat atop the cart in like the driver's position, just kind of just sitting with his head down and his hands kind of in his lap.
This was his life, guys. Saved up his whole life for this cart.
Can I does he seem off? Or you know what? I'll go up to him and just, or like while I'm getting my shit ready, just you all right up there, Grant?
He just he looks down at you and says, "I think I got hurt in the storm. My hand is..." And he kind of pulls his hand free of the cloak, and you can see 3 of his fingers have taken black, and it's kind of spread down the lower half of his hand to about mid forearm. And he just kind of holds it out, and it just says, "It really hurts."
Is it what I think it is? Is it frostbite?
It looks like frostbite.
Okay.
Oh, I was like, disposable character alert.
Not good.
Did I ever see my father deal with frostbite? And what I'm imagining is amputation.
Oh my god. We have magic. Don't take this guy's arm off.
Oh, I just want to know. I'm not going to do it right now. I just want to know if she understands how to take care of this from a non-magic.
Yeah, you would have. I mean, you guys in Arendelle, there is a harsh winter. There certainly would have been, in some cases, instances of frostbite, though not many of them ended in amputation. Some had to. especially in fingers and toes. That's just the way it goes. But there are other methods, but you have no idea what those are. You're not trained.
I've been around the cold. Would I know how to do it?
You have an idea that it can be treated, but you have not the medical experience. You can certainly try, and you can make a medicine check to see if you can come up with any solutions that you would have come across over your time. If you want to make a medicine check.
Sure.
Don't let Hondo see it.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20.
Hey!
You know that there are you especially being from a dwarven community from the Champions Guild, and having dealt with a extreme cold. There are magics that can cure it with full use of the hand. Once more, it'll get rid of it. They're magics, you have no idea what they are. Clerics typically would be the ones to take care of that kind of stuff. Pardon me. You do know that in some instances, the use of certain salves and ointments that are of a magical nature, of a natural magical nature, have been used to put on top of frostbitten flesh, and over enough applications will return full proper dexterity and health. You're not entirely sure where or what those are called, but you know that there is hope. There is something that could be done. And in terms of pain, obviously, there could be just healing that could be done to try and numb it, or in some cases, amputation is needed before it spreads and gets infected. That is truly sometimes the quickest and dirtiest, but most effective way. And you know many an adventurer who has lost some of their fingers and definitely some toes to frostbite to stop an infection. That's just the way it goes.
Worst case, we can just kill him.
He says, I would prefer... I mean, I really don't want to lose any fingers or a whole hand, God forbid.
I'm just feeling your arm. Oh, you may not even have one coming.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Yeah,
Well, let's keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kyle, how is it more than just fingers? It's coming into the hand now, too?
Yeah, it's like these three fingers, so middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, down to the lower hand, about here, and then you can see a little ebb that's starting to come down the wrist. Allie, with your natural 20, you would know that if amputation is necessary, it would be the whole hand now that it's spread. You'd have to cut the whole hand free to stop the infection and stop the spread. But you know that these other magic could cure the whole thing without need of amputation. With a natural 20, you would know that.
Okay. Yes, so there are salves and magical ointments, but it would just be where we would get them and if we would be able to get them in time.
Of course.
Yeah, I have an idea, and I'll take out. I imagine I have. Well, if not, I can borrow from someone else. Some kind of like writing utensil, like ink or something like that. Lavender might have something like that. And I'll take his hand and just with ink mark exactly as far as it goes, like you're supposed to do with like a rash to see if it's spread or not.
That's
so then
smart.
we can see, like, take a note of the time of day, and we can try to track how long it's spreading in hours, in 2 hours, and whatever.
Mhm.
Sounds good.
That's such a good idea.
Easy enough to do, and by the time you have finished marking and gathering the group together, Valentine, Fern, and Gord as an eagle have returned, and you see a carpet clutched within Gord's talons.
Gordo found it.
Hey, good job, guys. Gord, you gonna stay an eagle for a while? Help us keep an eye on things? I'm assuming that's a yes.
It's definitely a yes. Is Grant all right?
I'll say quietly, tell him everything that's going on. I don't know if healing can at least help the pain for now, but I think for now, before we do anything, we should just track it, see how fast it's spreading, and make a decision midday, maybe, or even later.
I could try and just pump a heal in him right now and just see if that affects it at all.
And maybe it at least staves it off from spreading. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that way he's not suffering all morning. I'll just walk up to him. Grant, do you mind if I try a little magic to see if I can help you out?
Of course. If you have anything, I'd appreciate it.
I'll do a little pack magic level 1 cure wounds.
You cast the spell and you can feel the magic immediately go to work, and he just kind of, you don't see anything change, but he kind of looks up with you kind of with a bright expression and says, it doesn't actually feel so bad. It doesn't look good, but it doesn't hurt. That's got to be good.
I think you're going to be just fine. And listen, even if it's like a little, like it's like a battle scar, you know, people will like it.
Add that character.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just silver lining, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. Grant the silver lining. That's what they're going to call you.
It's not really that good.
Well, we'll work on it.
Okay. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'll walk over to Francis. Haven't really spoken to him at all. You okay? You all right?
A little shaken, but I'll be honest with you. I feel guilty.
The horses?
Not so much that. I sent 2 other parties into these woods, and whether they, well, we know what's happened to one group, at least some of them. I don't know what I would have done on my own or with just the Enclave with me. I'm glad you're here.
Listen, you're not as dumb as you look. You married my mom, made me tag along, so you got a couple things going for you. I wasn't going to leave you to freeze to death in that tree.
I had faith in you.
Well, I think we're about ready to be off for you. You ready to start moving? It's not going to be as plush as your first ride in.
No, that is, that's fine. It's a little ostentatious anyways.
Yeah, you're not that kind of guy.
I come up to Francis and Francis,
Yeah, yes, Master Blue.
if anything happens to you, you have my word. I will look after your family.
Oh my god.
He looks over to Valentine, who has turned a bright shade of red, and says, I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
You have my word. You're a good man.
Thank you again, and let's hope it never comes to that.
You
Agreed.
better hope I die too, Hondo.
That was brilliant.
Call him daddy.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, that
What-
just completely ruined any train of thought.
What is everyone's passive perceptions?
Mine is 23.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question after whatever happens here.
16.
9.
Wow.
Oh, you have a negative perception roll?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, laugh.
I'm used to taking care of myself.
Kev, what's your passive perception? 22. Okay. Allie and Gord.
Do we add anything to it?
It should just be in your passive section of your character sheet.
Oh,
It's basically just 10 plus your perception.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not. It's not ton. Brock, you might have a high one.
It's 19 because I'm still an eagle.
Okay.
10.
See, that's why you and Brawley get along so well.
Yeah.
You guys are all having, the group of you are having this conversation around the coach. And Allie and Mary, you're still kind of seeing, and Lavender, you're kind of still seeing to Grant and trying to keep his spirits up. Gord, overwatching everyone still in an eagle, clutching the carpet. None of you seem to notice, though you begin to hear the tension on a bowstring as it's drawn back, as two elven archers kind of step out of the edge of the forest about 10 feet to the east. And you see a male and a female, both similarly dressed in what look like kind of woodland-covered leathers, somewhat camouflaged, intentionally camouflaged. They're both darker skinned, hair pulled back, and wearing well-maintained leathers. And as they level their two bows towards Allie and Mary, and in Elvish, to only Mary and Valentine's ears, unless someone else speaks Elvish, you hear all of them say, or you hear both of them say, step away from the coach, keep your hands where we can see them.
Can I immediately cast first level comprehend languages?
You can make a perception check.
Okay. But I'm not good at that. 15, which makes it 14.
Yeah, you can make you can cast comprehend languages, and you can roll wild magic search.
Ooh, this could get cool.
14.
That would have been a cool moment for some fun.
You missed the first initial line, but in reaction, and a moment passes, you cast the spell, and they haven't yet to say anything further. They just await. But Valentine, you hear this, and Hondo and Gord, you guys hear this, and Allie, you hear this too, but you don't understand the language. Valentine, you definitely do.
I will, in Elvish, put my hands up and reply, we're not your enemies. What do you want with the coach?
We have no interest in the coach. We have interest with those who have trespassing within the Vale. Stand aside from the coach and let us evaluate your threat level.
Wonderful. Can I at least tell my friends what's going on? By the way, we're friends of the Lindarin tribe.
Why would we listen to you? There's more of us than there is you.
Easy.
Oh.
Easy.
One of the bows lets loose, and an arrow right beside Lavender's head into the edge of the coach. Another one quickly takes its place.
I've always
In
wanted a
common-
shaved eyebrow.
In
Does it
common,
look like they understood that common? She would have replied in common, right?
She replied in comprehended language, which means they can understand what she says.
Oh, cool. I didn't realize that's how it worked.
in common, I'll say, don't forget, everyone. Don't forget. Let's be cool. Let's be cool.
Do you all kind of hands up, step away from the coach, and what do you do? Valentine has done so.
Yeah, I'll leave my
Francis,
swords.
hands up, follow suit. Grant, the same.
So does it look like Francis and Grant understood, or they're just following Val?
With your passive insight, you can tell they both understand.
Okay, that helps. I'm just trying to figure out who can all speak the language.
Yep.
I'll,
There's a little bit of a look of surprise, but not one of misunderstanding. It's a look of surprise that they're, being ordered by elves.
Okay, I won't react until I see Val tell us in common. I'm going to try to keep that subtle that maybe I know the language. And I'll just quietly keep my hands up. I'm leaving my swords at my side and just say, guys, this might be our way in. Let's make friends here.
As you guys begin to kind of pull around the side, the bows remain in place. They have yet to move from the edge of the woods. I say the male kind of steps forward a little bit and just says, "Which of you is in charge?" Francis steps forward as Valentine puts his hands up. And he kind of looks back to you and he gives you a head nod to step forward with him. Francis in Elvish looks to the two elves and says, "My name is Francis Flurwild. We're emissaries and a traveling guard of the Delarian family of Exander. We have approached the Vale with the purest of intent, only to speak with the Sylvan tribe elders." The two elves look to the rest of your group and look back at Valentine and Francis, and looking to Valentine says, "You are a guard then?"
Yeah. I'm also his half son, but I prefer guard be higher on the resume.
"You are well garbed for a guard. You have many with you, many of whom seem to have an array of abilities as we've watched you take place over the last few hours, and have managed to survive a night in the forest, not much like many others."
Maybe guard was underselling it a bit, but, undersell, over deliver.
Have you been experiencing nights like that in the forest lately?
They kind of look past Valentine and Francis. Make a persuasion check.
Ooh.
21.
They do not immediately respond. You see the female archer behind the now kind of forward-stepped male archer begins to speak, and with a very subtle shift of movement from the male archer, she stops. But their bows do not change level. They both have held you all at bow point. And the male says, "There have been several like this. Not as many have survived a night like that."
Well, if you can tell by our reaction and what happened, we're not on that side. So if you could lower your bow, that would be really cool. But I'm probably going to shut up now.
"We will not be lowering our bow until we have assessed that you are not a threat and either turned you away from our forest or decided it's worthwhile to bring you to our village."
So you're Sylvan tribe.
"We are. It's impressive that you are familiar with our tribal families. You say you are emissaries of the Delarian king." To which Francis steps forward and says, "For many years, my family," and he kind of gestures to Valentine as well, "have worked tirelessly to spread our influence wide and reopen borders with the aim of reunification of all 4 provinces. As my son had mentioned, we have made an alliance with the Lindaran elves, an alliance of marriage. I know that communication between the tribes is not as forthright as it may once have been, but we have strong relations with them. If you need to follow up, that is fine, but we promise there is no ill will from our group." Kind of looks back to the rest of you, just kind of trying to keep a level eye of like, right, guys? You know what I mean? They look you all over and say, Your intent is to meet with the elders, yet you do not know the way. How did you intend to leave these woods untouched?
We honestly hoped you would find us. We believed in the forest and knew that if we had faith in the forest, it would help guide us. And I'll be honest, that's not the only reason we're here. My father's mission is altruistic, but we're also concerned about the darkness that grows in this forest.
You see both of their bows kind of dip, and with a look, they sheath and set the arrows back in their quivers and bows back around their shoulders. Clearly you have experience with these dark magics, having lived through one of these storms. As your lavender-colored friend here would suggest, they are indeed They have been plaguing us for some time. We cannot allow you to progress further within the forest without our guide. For your own benefit and for the forests.
We welcome it. We welcome it with open arms and no ulterior motives.
However, we cannot lead you to the elders, as that is not our right. Your choice is to come with us to our village, where one of the elders, in fact, currently resides. You may speak with them and hope to progress further, or we will ask you to leave the Vale and not return. The choice is yours.
I'll just look at Francis, but I'll give him one of these.
He just looks to the rest of your group to make sure nothing crazy is about to pop off. With Valentine's kind of approval, he says, one of the elders would be lovely. We would be more than happy to come to your village and, with your guide, safely traverse the woods. Thank you. The two elves kind of loosen their initial kind of aggressive posture and say, the female kind of steps forward and says, well, with the aggressiveness out of the way, my name is Shara. This is Andal. We come from a village named Auburn. That's where we will lead you.
You spell that, Kyle?
Auvern.
I spelled it. I forgot his name already.
Andal and Shara. She strides forward to Hondo, and between Hondo and Gord, actually Gord's an eagle still, gives a quick look over at the giant eagle that's with you, but to Hondo and says, it is a true honor to meet one of the waterfolk. It has been long since our races have been united in any way. And to see you traveling on foot is also peculiar.
Is this common?
This is Elvish, so Hondo has no idea what's being said here.
I take her hand and I just kiss it.
You see a little bit of color to her already kind of darkened cheeks.
I'll lean over to Hondo and in common be like, do you want to know what she said, or are we just going to leave this?
He doesn't need to know. He knows the language of love.
He knows.
All right.
No, she likes me.
She kind of tips ahead and she looks up to the sky and says, it's several hours past, still in Elvish, several hours past daybreak, and our village is a 4-hour journey on foot. But we will make it in time for mid-afternoon if we travel swift. Are you prepared?
Yes. Quick quick question. Could we hook the carriage up to Keith and Fern, or is that, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
I think it's just more of like, can we move quickly, and what path they might want to take us? Because I feel like these guys would probably take a path that like doesn't disturb the forest, and a giant ass carriage is going to do that.
I'll just ask Francis then. Francis, we're pretty much ready to go, but do you want this carriage? We could try and hook up Keith and Fern to it, or we could just go like this on the carpet for you.
He kind of looks back at it and says, truthfully, as comfortable as it was, it does not make quite as much sense to travel with it through the woods. And I believe it had sustained some damage that we may have had to attend to. With a proper guide, perhaps we should travel as they do.
I think that's a good idea, especially for first impressions. You don't want to come in that.
Precisely.
All right, so why don't you and Grant and my boy Hondo go on the carpet? Grant doesn't look too great, and then the rest of us can go with these elves.
Agreed. Is there anything else you guys want to do before these two elves begin to lead you out?
I call going with Shara.
Okay.
She looks over to you.
Our bedrolls were all like shredded. Is there like extra stuff in the caravan that we could take that like could act as new bedroll stuff?
Yeah, you could quickly makeshift something.
Okay.
Maybe
Like
just loot the caravan thing for anything of
So
value that we may need.
Yeah. I'm not gonna like take time to strip it. I just want to make sure we're not leaving anything we could need.
But yeah, I'm pretty much good to go. I think I'll ride on Fern, but not in the air.
Okay. Both of them, as Fern kind of rounds the corner, they both seem a little taken aback with Fern, and Andal kind of approaches very stealthily and cautiously with his hand up, and gets close and begins kind of petting Fern and speaking to Fern in a tongue that is not Elvish nor common. And you can kind of see Fern kind of respond and nuzzle. And he looks to you as you approach and says, "This is your mount."
That's my friend.
Friend is a excellent way to put this. I had no idea that we had stumbled across those who are fey-touched.
Yeah, the Summer Queen guides me.
Truth be told, that may have been a much better way to open our discussion. Connection to the Feywild and to the Summer Queen herself will surely help guide you through these woods. These are hers as much as they are ours.
Perfect. I'm happy to hear that.
Because I comprehend languages, would I have understood what he said to Fern?
You could, but it's less of a language and more of like he was speaking in the same way an animal speaks to another animal. It was like
a baby talk kind of thing?
There's no words, not even that. It's like almost no words, but like intoning emotion through like, I don't know, like a spiritual connection more than anything.
Like when you go to a cat, except
way
Except
cooler.
on a deeper emotional level.
I think I will take this moment to just talk to him. I'll like put a hand on Fern and pet him, and then just look at him. If we're speaking of Titania and the darkness that grows in this forest, do you know anything about the Doob Kappa?
He very obviously kind of scowls and says, "We do not speak such names here. As you full well know, the Duke Catha is an enemy of the Summer Queen. Not one likely to be spoken of, especially not in her woods."
Understood.
The initial kind of like friendly tone has taken a bit of a cold. We try and hold on. Brock, are you there?
Brock's been gone for a while.
No, I think now he's back.
There's a 2
Oh.
now.
Are we back?
Yep.
Cool. Did you sign in as Lisa?
Yeah, I'm using her laptop.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Unless there's anything else, they kind of settle up towards the east side of the woods and say, as we said, it'll be roughly a 3-hour journey if we travel swift, and if the woods are kind. We tend to travel relatively quickly, though in this case with unfamiliar figures. We will try and slow our pace and may take us a little longer. But if you follow closely and swiftly, we'll make it through.
Sounds good.
Okay. They begin to set off into the woods, and they do move very quickly and lithely through the underbrush and low-lying areas around this clearing. But you're able to keep up, and they begin to kind of lead down what looks like it may have been an old, overgrown road or pathway. And over the next 15-20 minutes, the pathway seems to the roots and bramble that had grown over the base seem to like recede and pull back towards the edges, and you see more of a clear road or dirt path through the forest. And it seems to open up and spread before you, and looking back behind seems to close in again around you, as if you are kind of continuing this like moving tunnel through the woods, and it seems to just close behind as you all make your way through. Can I get a marching order, please?
Go first with Fern.
Okay. Fern and Val behind them.
Maybe the carpet should be behind them if it has Francis on it.
Okay, carpet with Hondo, Francis, and Grant.
I'll
Allie.
go behind that with Keith.
Okay, Allie and Keith. Lav and Gord and Mary.
Maybe Lav should go in front of me.
Okay.
Unless she wants to hang out with Gord in the back, because Gord's always in the back.
Because I'm with Shara, right? I want to ask her along the whole way, like all about her crossbow, because I have like proficiency in crossbow, but I don't own one.
She's got a longbow,
Right.
not a crossbow.
So I guess that's very different.
Yeah. Yep.
Great.
Hondo has a crossbow.
You can make your way up to talk with her nonetheless if you want to. She's up front with Endel, though.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you are trying to kind of chat with her as you guys are walking, she doesn't seem super chatty. She is focused on like the journey, and they are very like close to the ground and keeping an eye on the forest, like heads on a swivel. And as you try and initiate conversation, she responds very quickly and not tersely, but not really engaging in a full conversation. She's just trying to quickly answer your questions, but be polite, but is more focused on the journey than on conversation.
This doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah. Over the next hour of travel, the forest continues to open up before them and close in behind them. Sorry, I got. Ooh, hey, there we go. I had to make my rolls. About an hour and a half to 2 hours into the journey, the forest has kind of continued in this very pleasant path, and it's almost been a straight away path. And you begin to hear the sounds of rushing water, and you guys come across a kind of low-lying stream that kind of runs down these mossy covered rocks, and they turn for the first time off this path that they are following and begin to follow this water, and as it kind of continues another 10-15 minutes along the sides of this little embankment of this small little stream, you see it pooling into a small pond, nothing massive, but there is a large kind of cliffside that begins to kind of expand around the side of the forest of this kind of gray rock. The forest kind of continues to grow up, and there is vine that kind of covers the full face of it, and it rises about 30-ish feet up the side here. At the front, Andel and Shara look back to you and says, "This will be our quickest path forward towards Auburn. Are your crew capable of climbing such a thing?" To Valentine.
Yeah, or scaling it through other means. I think we could handle it.
Then no time to lose. And the two of them begin just to climb up the sides very, very deftly. And if any of you attempt to try and continue to climb forward physically, you're able to make an athletics check to try and climb. Hondo, you are flying the carpet, so no need, and same for Francis and Grant. Keith can climb, but he will need to make an athletics check at disadvantage.
Okay.
Come on, Keith.
It's not quite easy for him. It's almost sheer, but you can see some spots that he might be able to mantle up and make his way. But I will need an athletics check from Gord, Mary, and Allie and Keith.
Is Gord still a bird?
True.
Or is it in past this moment?
By this time, it will have faded. So, Gord, you are back to Gord.
I can take Gord up if he doesn't want to do another wild shape. It's totally up to you, Gord. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, though.
Okay.
Keith got 12.
That's enough. It's not... that's good. That's not an easy climb for either of you, but over a short amount of time, it's only about 30 feet, and there's no... rocks kind of tumble away from under Keith, but he's skilled goat and able to mantle up and climb to the top of this over towards the edge, using some of the vegetation and these kind of trees that kind of grow out from the side of the cliff, and use them to kind of mantle himself up to the top. Mary?
I only rolled an 11.
That will succeed. It was only a 10. All of you managed to make it up successfully. Although, Lavender, actually, I need you to make an athletics check too. You were not flying.
19.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Minus 2.
Still good. You guys all make it to the top with varying degrees of ease and success, but nonetheless to the top. And as you do, pardon me, you see... especially those of you who are flying. So Hondo and Valentine would have seen this first as the rest of you begin to climb up shortly thereafter. Endel and Shara are kind of looking about, and Valentine, you will notice this as you come back to the table. Valentine and Hondo, you notice the two of them seem immediately cautious and have drawn bows, and are kind of looking out through the woods. And look back to you all, and in Elvish are having a conversation between the two of them in hushed tones that you can't immediately make out, though they seem to be having almost an argument of some kind. And they look back as you guys all kind of climb up over the edge, and they look forward, and all of you can see the kind of forest beyond looks relatively normal, though a little denser, a little darker. And the two of them look back to you all and say, "This is not how this should be. We should proceed, but with caution."
Did I say that in common or is that in Elvish?
All Elvish.
I'll relay that then. And I'll click on Heartbreaker.
The two of them begin to cautiously make their way forward. For about 10 minutes, the journey seems okay. They seem unduly kind of upset and nervous. But at the top of this cliffside, it begins to kind of dip back down. And as you kind of take this slight dip down, the vegetation along the floor begins to kind of come back, and the roots come back and begin to kind of close in. The sides of this kind of path grow denser and darker. Sunlight has trouble penetrating through. Hondo, up top on the carpet, you're flying along. You get caught in a bit of a cobweb and brush it away from your hat. And things grow a little cooler as you dip down a little deeper into this little dell that you can't quite make out, as this it's almost like tunneling in around you, the treetops.
Can I go back on the earring quickly? If we get another blizzard, anyone flying, let's get to a good spot for shelter. Let's try and form up in a circle and just see what happens.
The temperature doesn't dip enough where you're freezing, but it feels cool. And the journey continues, though at a very slow pace. You see Andal and Shara both kind of peering around, bows drawn, almost fully tensed. And they set foot forward, and you see Shara almost set foot and then kind of spring to the side as you see this kind of marshy sludge begin to kind of take the path. And as you guys come down to the bottom of this path and the treetops kind of open up ever so slightly, you look out across a bit of a marshy swampland. There are kind of these small rises of rock periodically about that are covered in moss and ivies. You can see a small actual structure not far off, about 60, 70 feet from where you guys are in this path. And it is eerily silent. The two of them, again, begin kind of bickering back and forth, though slightly louder, that Valentine, you're the only one who can speak, and Francis can pick up. Mary, you're too far back, and Lavender, your spell will have worn off by now. Valentine, you pick up Shara to Andal. We were told these were cleared out. They were gone. Is this new? Did we miss this? It's cold. How are there more? And Andal just kind of tries to shush her and calm her and say, "It's nothing. Worry not."
I'll trot up to them. More of what?
Make a persuasion check.
23.
Enda looks to your blade and to Fern and back to your up to you and says, "There are dark corners of the Feywild, dark corners of this forest in kind. We call them gloom crossings, or blight groves in some cases. Dark echoes of the Fey, where entities sometimes cross and take root in our world, in our forest. This may yet be one." Perhaps inform your fellows. We may incur some trouble here.
I'll just go on the earring and be like, maybe get ready for a disco. This could get interesting.
About time.
Define interesting.
They mentioned something about a gloom crossing. Do I have that right, Kyle?
Mhm.
Bad echoes from the Fey. You say Fey Wild?
Mhm.
And they had thought they had cleared it out, but this seems to have spooked them as if it's come back. There's a structure up ahead. I don't know if you guys saw that, just to the side in one of these marshes. That kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, you
How
guys.
did they clear it out?
They are reluctant to share a lot of info. I don't want to press our luck here.
Maybe we can prove ourselves if something hits us.
You have to kill a bunch of people.
All right, well, let's just keep that in our back pocket. But
The two of them begin a slow crossing through this like kind of swamp marshland, taking it very slowly, step by step, leading the way, bows drawn, both kind of keeping a watch over one another's shoulders, and they kind of beckon the rest of you to follow suit.
are we heading in the direction of that tower, or is that just off to the side?
It's off to the side, though. It is straight and like to the left a little bit.
We're moving closer.
But you are moving closer to it. You begin kind of continuing forward, slowly. The two of them keeping an eye out ahead, though. All of a sudden, out of the treetops, you hear a caw, and it takes the two of them a little by surprise, and you see this large black crow. No, not giant in any way, but just a large, regular-sized crow, just still large, just sitting atop one of these low-hanging branches, looking down on all of you, and just caws. It just kind of lingers through this swampland, and as you guys continue a little further, Shara takes a step back away from this crow, and she kind of sloops back into this kind of small little sludge of mud, and as she pulls her foot up out of it, there's this faint pop, and from beneath the sludge, this of dust and this weird gas cloud erupts out of the decaying earth beneath her. That will be Lavender, Fern, Valentine, and Endall. You need to make Constitution saving throws.
Con save, okay. 14 for Val. 17 for Fern. And 15 for Lav.
17. Sorry, what was Lavender?
Mine was she got 15.
Okay. As the five of you are ahead, those of you behind Honda, you pull the carpet back up just enough to stop the cloud from reaching out towards you, as it kind of encompasses about this space around the five of you. Lavender coughs and pushes the gas away. You see Andal do the same. Valentine and Shara, however, it gets caught up in your lungs, and your eyes just roll back in your head. You slump. You fall unconscious to the ground. Andal immediately rushes towards Shara and is just trying to tap her awake. She doesn't seem to be moving.
Can we see? Are we like single file so that we can't see what's in the front, or has it opened up enough?
You're too far back to have seen. Allie's high enough on Keith that she would have seen, and Hondo obviously is directly behind. He would have seen. But Francis immediately shouts, Valentine?
Am I in the saddle still, or did I fall off Fern?
You've fallen off of Fern and into the muck. You are at 0 hit points.
0 hit point? Oh, shit. I will say Lav runs over to me and casts Cure Wounds on me.
Throw a Wild Magic Surge.
Cool. Damn it. I wanted it. It's 14. And Cure Wounds. Nice. I just got 9 pumped into me, if that works.
Spell has no effect. Valentine is still at 0 hit points as a vine from the side of around the area where Shara had slipped in reaches out and wraps its vine around Valentine's boot and begins to pull him into the swamp. And we're going to roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
If I have a potion, I might be able to give.
Healing didn't work there. This might be something different.
Okay, so let's all roll initiative.
Sick. Finally. Good rolls, even though I'm dead.
Ugh.
Oh,
Hondo.
no good.
So
All right,
Hondo with a 3. Yeah, sorry, Kyle, you go.
let's do 25 to 20.
I got 21.
Okay. Oh, let's not put that there. That's a stupid idea. 15 to 20.
Lav got 19.
Lav got 19. Allie and Keith. 10 to 15.
13.
I also got.
I got
15.
11.
Hondo, Mary, Gord. That's all of you. Francis and Grant are of no use here, so they are just going to be following around Hondo.
To their death.
Potentially. Sorry, Hondo and Mary, you both rolled 13s.
Yep. Our
Dex
dex
off.
is the same now.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna. Hondo said it first, so Hondo's gonna go first.
Yeah, it's fine.
6 of 1. And then this. Okay. There, that there, and that there. Okay. So, Lavender, Hondo, and Allie all see Valentine and Shara. This puff of gas kind of erupt out of the ground, kind of near this swampy pit area, and this kind of greenish brown gas kind of takes over as the two of them just seem to fall face first into the muck. Andal is furiously trying to shake Shara awake, and has kind of forgotten his bow and everything that's happening. As Lavender rushes over to cast a spell into Valentine, the Hondo and Allie, you see it has no effect. And Lavender kind of looks up, shocked, as you see a vine begin to rise up out of the ground in this area right here, almost directly beside Lavender. And for reference, this is Shara unconscious on the ground. This is Andal. He's currently knelt beside her. Val is currently prone and unconscious. Lavender is beside him. Fern is also beside him. Hondo is going to be, and Francis is going to be on top of the carpet. So you're about, we'll say, 10 feet off the ground, just for, you had to be low to clear this, like, down this way. Allie and Keith, Mary, Gordon. Cool? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Valentine, nothing happens on your turn. You are considered unconscious.
No death saves though?
Doesn't seem to be.
Great.
Lavender.
Can I Jäger her? You cool with that?
Yeah, makes sense. You're not playing.
She will turn around. She'll yell out, "Healing doesn't work," and then she will firebolt that vine.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
17.
17 will hit.
2d10. Ooh, 17.
Ooh,
Fire damage.
Dang. Yeah, she turns and spins, casting the firebolt down towards the source of the vine. And as she does, you see where the vine had begun to reach out of this muck. This larger creature begins to kind of pull its way up and out of the ground. This mass of just vine and flowers and just decaying plant life. As it rises up out of the ground, it sets off this stench, this horrific, deadly rot. And as all of you can now see this plant kind of writhing up out of the ground, it has like this mouth that opens up wide, almost like a Venus flytrap, but within you see the arms and legs of multiple different corpses. There are like deer hind legs and just a mass of things within this flower of decay. But you deal some pretty good damage to it out of the gate with firebolt immediately.
She will turn to who's nearest her? Is that Hondo? Ooh, Hondo's red screening. I've never seen this before.
Ooh.
Shit.
That does
Kev, you
not
still
seem
here?
good. All right.
Okay, let's try and continue where we were. What was happening?
Lavender
Level
was doing
turn
something.
to Hondo, and she'll inspire him and say, "Ugh, Hondo, that thing smells worse than you in the morning."
You
That's a good laugh.
You are inspired.
I'll take your compliments, but I am.
It's a D6 inspiration.
That it is. On your turn, you can do what you wish with it. However, it is now Allie and Keith.
Okay. So I clearly see that this thing still has Val, right?
This thing has reached out towards him, but has yet to fully grasp hold of his boot and pull him towards it.
Okay.
It's in the motion of doing so, but it has yet to fully take a turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump off Keith because I don't want him to get hit.
Okay.
Because now she's all paranoid. So now she's gonna jump off, and I'm just gonna like charge. I'm gonna rage,
Okay.
and I'm going to attack him.
Okay, as you jump off Keith and begin to rush forward in your full goated rage, you find that moving through this area is it's difficult. It is slushy, a slog of muck. So you're moving at half speed, though
Okay.
you are only 10 feet from the creature regardless. So
Okay.
you are able to push within its space. However, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
My con's great. What am I talking about? 23.
Yep. It reeks, but you are so fucking pissed. You just push on through, and you reach up to the side of this creature and are able to go ahead with what you want to do.
Okay, so I'm gonna attack him with my hammer.
Go ahead.
So that is 26 to hit.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Okay, just rolling some dice. Okay, first attack is 17 damage.
Okay.
And second attack is 22 to hit.
Yep. Hits.
Okay. Ooh. 23 damage.
Dang.
Nice.
That's a good couple of rounds. Yeah, you furiously just smash into this thing, and you're just beating this plant life down into a pulp. And as your hammer is connecting and colliding with it, you see bits are falling away, revealing just worse stench. And even a couple more of these like corpse bits are kind of throughout this whole I don't know, the inside of this flower as you're peeling it away with every hit. That is all of your move, unfortunately, because you have to spend move to dismount and then rush forward. Your action and bonus. I think that's the end of your turn.
Okay. Yep. If that's it, I'll just kind of turn over and go, "Oh, this thing reeks."
That it does. As it goes to take its turn, you have successfully caught its eye, and it is instead going to make 3 vine attacks against you. Actually, 2 against you and 1 against Lavender. So let's go with 2 against you. The first one is a 20 to hit. The second is a 17 to hit.
Okay. They both hit.
Okay, and against Lavender. Oh, yeah, that's a natural 18, 25 to hit. So
That'll hit.
that'll hit Lav. Okay, so Alana, where are my d6s? You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. That's already halved.
Okay.
Plus an additional. That's a shitty roll. Plus an additional 5 points of cold damage, already halved. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. $18.
Okay. And then the second attack, you take 5 points of cold damage and 4 points of bludgeoning damage. For a total, I think, of only 18 points all around.
Okay.
As Lavender, if she can go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw as well.
15.
Okay. Lavender. Oh, that's a much worse roll for Lavender. Why is it on Lav? It's like all 6s, and against Allie, it's like 1s.
At least she has this amulet now. It's a game changer for her.
32 points of bludgeoning and cold damage altogether.
Okay.
As they these black vines reach out and smack at both of you. It is going to then... Yeah, you see Allie and Lavender both watch as another vine kind of reaches in, almost like this thicker tongue reaches in and like grasps hold of one of the corpse limbs that is sticking out of its one side and just pulls it back within its maw and just this horrid munching sound as it consumes one of these corpses.
This thing sucks. Let's get rid of it.
Just as another from this side
This thing sucks worse.
pulls itself up and out of guys. Okay. Pulls itself up out of the muck on this side. And let's see, it's got 10-foot reach. You know what? Yeah. This one's going to go ahead and begin to grab hold of Valentine. Yeah. Get to there. Its vine reaches out and pulls Valentine towards its open maw. Valentine is currently within its hold of vine. That'll
Does
take us
Fern
to...
get an attack of opportunity at all or anything like that?
Fern would technically go on your turn, but it didn't come within Fern's attack space. You got pulled through it.
Got it.
So yeah, in fairness, Fern would get a turn on your turn. But we'll come back.
I was just gonna have him stand over me, but he could have just ripped me out from underneath Fern. So that's
Which
cool.
is what he would have done, yeah.
Mhm.
It's just vine, right? So,
Mhm.
this guy is going to... No, you know what? He's not going to move. There's no point. Allie will just smash his face. That takes us to Hondo.
I will cast Thunder Wave, or as I call it, Final Flash.
Do you want to cast it towards this figure here or this one that has Valentine?
The one that has Valentine.
Okay.
This would hurt me probably, just so you know how this works.
Yeah, you will. Go ahead.
I will. I wonder if I could aim it toward his feet, maybe then. So, like
I think Val's at his feet, right?
Val is
Because
kind
it
of
goes
like
across
all over the creature's form. There'd be no way to not hit Valentine within this cone to hit this creature.
I think Val can withstand a little beating.
Okay.
Would it be a critical if I'm unconscious?
Only one way to find out.
Just so you know, Hondo. Just so you're aware of these things.
I will try and bend it or something.
I had a good time playing Valentine, so yeah, let's go for it.
That is, you move. You have no movement restrictions because you're flying. You need to be within 15 feet to hit him. So if you just slide that way, like one square, so you're in line.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can cast Thunder Wave. It's a 15-foot cone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cube.
Whatever. It's gonna hit these guys. It'll be fine. Not hit anyone but Valentine and the creature. So what's the save?
Oh. It is con 16.
Oh, con, it's actually not too bad at, but it still rolls 7 total. So that's a fail.
And do I have to roll?
Yeah, you just
So
roll damage, bud.
You roll damage.
You don't even have to do that one.
So not the 20. So yeah, roll. It should say explain how much damage it is. 2d8 damage, and then it gets pushed.
In addition, unsecured objects that are completely within the area of effect are automatically pushed 10 feet away from you by the spell's effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on a failed save, the target is pushed 10 feet away from you.
Cool.
But yeah, 2d8, Hondo.
Yep, so 11.
11 points. Okay, that's that. We'll make a strength save. No, that's a natural 1. So it gets pushed. You said 10 feet? 1, 2. And Valentine is thrown free of its grasp.
Yay!
And over there, Valentine, you suffer 1 death save.
Ooh,
You are officially dying.
we're making death saves now. I don't even know what to do.
That's Hondo's action. You have a bonus. And you still have, you only move 5 feet, so you still have 35 feet of movement if you want to fly around.
I'm going to move toward Valentine.
You got it.
Hey, do you have a bonus action there, pal?
Yeah? But
I wonder what cool things you can do with a bonus action.
no, I'm looking. And is Healing Word or Cure Wounds a bonus?
Healing
Healing
Word is
Word
a bonus.
All right, I'll use Healing Word.
Okay. You cast Healing Word towards Valentine.
Second level.
Okay.
Yeah, second level. So it's 2d4 plus 3.
Okay, you cast the spell. It has no effect.
Ugh.
Valentine is still unconscious.
I can't pull him onto the carpet, can I?
You used all your move, but that you could do on your next turn. It would be like your action to reach down, pull him up, and bring him onto the carpet with you. That is certainly something you could do, but you have used an action and bonus on this turn to try other stuff. That's something you can try next time.
Or get your
Your
carpet
passengers.
buddies to do it.
Yeah,
That
your
was-
passengers.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You could actually, I'll say that, like, it's kind of like having, like, on your turn as, like, your familiars, as your mounts. You've got Francis and Grant. You could tell them to do something. They
I'll
could
do
take-
that.
Okay.
Let's see. Get him on the carpet now.
The two of them leap down, and between the two of them, haul Valentine up on top with all of you. You are at definite capacity of the carpet, but But Valentine is stable on the carpet, at least. Well, stable as far as you know.
We wouldn't have any movement with them, right?
Unfortunately, no. That would be the end of the full move of the carpet to get to Valentine, and then they will use their movement and action to pull him on top.
Okay.
But that was a great move. That was a great idea.
Mhm.
That'll take us to Marie.
Do I have I can't, it's hard to tell from this angle. Do I have a sight line on either monster with Keith there, or am I going to have to move?
You'd have to move forward a little bit to see the one south, but you have a full clear line on this one.
Okay. I'll take 2 shots at the one I have a clear line on that just had Val.
Yep.
1 second, I have to check something. I don't know if this counts to use, what's it called? Insightful fighting. Oh, it just says creature, okay. Can I try to use insightful fighting as my bonus action?
If it just says creature, it's a
It
creature.
just says against a creature.
It's a creature.
See.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Alright,
it
I'll
makes
roll
a
for that.
deception?
Yes.
Let's see. Well, that is not a terrible roll, but it's a -4
Oof.
for a total of 5.
I've rolled 19.
Yeah, it is a large plant creature. You can tell it has some sentience and some type of understanding of what it's doing, but it is coming from a very primitive standpoint, a very primitive mind, and looks like it's seeking food, but it has some extra abilities to it that makes that corresponds to its origins and being some kind of blighted forest or shadow crossing or gloom crossing. That very much aligns with what you're seeing here.
Okay.
Very primitive in nature.
Okay, well, I will take a beat on it, and then I'll take my shots.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, I only rolled a 9, but that's pretty good. That's a 19.
A 19 will hit.
Okay. And that one will get sneak, because it's insightful fighting. Ooh, I rolled really good. 23.
Okay.
On the first one.
Yep.
Second attack. Same roll, 19.
Will hit.
And I'll sneak on that one. Ooh, and I only rolled a 1, so the second one's only 8 damage.
8 points of damage. Okay, that is.
And I'll just move. I'll take a few steps forward so I have a bead on both creatures. That's it.
So like, there would give you sightline.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just yell out, can anyone get them up? And that's it.
Okay. That's the end of Mary's turn. That takes us to Gord. Gord, you're in the very back here. If you're
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna. So where's the monster actually?
There's this monster down here, this like white blob, and then this green guy over here. They're the same thing. I just don't have the same model for both.
Okay, so the white one in front of me, I'm gonna look at it and cast Dominate Monster.
Okay. What's the save on that?
Wisdom.
Okay, it has advantage as you guys are fighting it. As part of the spell.
I have Pack Tactics, so I have advantage.
That's not how that works. But oh wow, actually, it might have succeeded. A Wisdom save, a natural 19 up to a 21. I believe that saves. I'm sorry.
What's it going up against? Like, what am I?
Your spell save. I think it's a 16, 17, something like that. Should be under your spell save at the top.
17, 16.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I rolled pretty high. I rolled the natural 19. So that is a save.
Can I cast Luck?
I don't think your luck can affect my saves. If I roll to attack, you can change my attack roll, but I don't think you can influence my save. But you can, if you double check in your features and traits, or if someone looks up luck real quick, you can double check that for me. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about that.
Yeah, I think it's just for me.
Yeah, it's any of your saves and attacks and all that jazz. You can roll luck, but then if I roll to attack against you,
Can I use Dark One's own luck?
that is also definitely just for you.
I added D10 to my roll. Nah,
Yeah.
it
It does- yeah.
Never
in
Good
this-
thought.
In this case, unfortunately, you have nothing to affect the other creature's save. Sorry.
Whenever you roll blah blah blah, or when an attack roll is made against you, is what it says. Yeah.
Exactly.
It
Do
was a
I
good thought,
still
though.
mark that as like technically
It's
I
yeah.
I casted it?
You've used the ability. Yeah, unfortunately. Comes back on long rest at least.
Okay.
That's your action. Do you want to do anything for a bonus or move anywhere?
As a bonus, I will. Where is it? Change into a dire wolf.
Ooh. All right. Let's swap out. Fern is going to get real big and become a crazy winged Fern, while Gord becomes.
Fuck yeah.
Gord is going to become Fern's model. Yeah, you become a direwolf. Excellent. Do you want to move or stay where you are?
No, I like where I am.
Okay. You're going to stay there. That'll end your turn. That'll take us to Andal, who has been crouched down over Shara's fallen form. Sees the two creatures, stands up, turns to fight the one behind, but that stench is powerful. And unfortunately, he is just overwhelmed and is coughing and just retching. And he is just turned and seen this creature, and the stench just catches him, and he doubles over, vomiting, and unfortunately wastes his turn. At the top of the round, let's see. Can I get Alana and Lavender? I need you both to make Constitution saving throws.
Can do.
Oh, we good.
19 on the dice. It's 28 for Lav.
Okay.
28 for me as well.
Look at you guys. As Allie, you and Lavender are kind of close to this creature, and as you're stomping around, you slam it in with your hammer, where your boots kind of shift. The muck opens, and another of these gas erupts right beneath your feet and spreads around yourself, the creature, and over towards Lavender. And you cough and hack for a moment, but your rage is too powerful, and Lavender is too strong-willed. It has no effect over the two of you. But that takes us to Valentine.
Death save?
No death save.
Okay, good.
But Fern can go.
So, what would Fernie Boy do? I think Fern. Can I make some sort of check to see if Fern can see that I'm taken in by this carpet? Does Fern see that?
No, Fern would see that. Fern's got passive perception enough to see that you've been picked up.
Then Fern will take 2 steps towards Lavender and just nudge her with his body and kneel down a bit, and he'll just wait to be her mount.
Okay. As Fern gets close to the creature, I need Fern to make a Constitution saving throw.
Can do. 12 plus. Let me just look up Fernie Boy. Plus 3, so 15.
He's okay.
Okay.
Hardy and strong-willed and not of this earth. Fern is okay. That'll end Valentine / Fern. Take us to Lavender.
Lav will
Fade
be.
anyway.
Sorry?
What was that?
But he's Fey anyway, so
That's
it's
what I mean.
Fey shit. Yeah.
Lav will jump on Fern.
At the top of her turn, she's also close to the creature. I need her to make
Sure.
a con save.
12 plus 9.
She's okay. Manages to overcome the stench. Using half her move, she can mount Fern, using half of his move, technically.
And then can
hers.
she get in the air a bit with Fern, with whatever movement they have left?
I would say, unfortunately, I wouldn't allow that on this move because we've kind of done this on like 2 different turns now.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And now that you're not technically controlling Fern, I'm going to give Fern your initiative.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
And you're playing both Lav and Fern anyways, so like it's not going to make a huge difference. So let's do top of next round. It's one full thing.
Cool.
Same as
Yep,
if
I like
Valentine.
that.
Okay.
And then we will use, I think, probably just another firebolt on the one we were fighting. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Yeah, you are not directly in combat melee with it as she mounts Fern, so no disadvantage on the roll. Go ahead.
I think we will twin spell it. I just want to see how much that is for a cantrip.
Should just be 1.
Cool. Yeah, we'll twin spell it.
So 1 at each creature.
1 at the same creature. Just
Can you twin to target the same creature? Can you just read it? Just double check.
sure. Let's see.
I'm just not sure.
You can spend sorcery points equal to a spell's level 1 for a cantrip to target a second creature in range with the same spell, as long
There
as the
you go.
spell at the level is being cast. Okay.
You're
targeting
within
more than one
range.
creature. Sure. So we'll do both.
Yeah, so she can just split the spell and cross her hands and cross both of these creatures, and you can make separate attack rolls.
Okay. The one closest is this yellow dice.
Okay.
Natural 20 for natural
Hey.
20 for that one, and a 1 for the other one. That's so funny.
Okay, well, the other one misses, but this one double hits.
Just complete opposites. Okay, 2d10. Not bad. 7 and 5 is 12, so 24.
24. That's real good.
I love that it's basically what you wanted to accomplish anyway.
Yeah.
You're right. That is.
24. Goddamn, do math. There we go. Got it. Excellent. You the fire goes wide into the forest on the other side and just disappears into the darkness. However, this one, it collides into the side of its mouth and like slashes a hole through, opening through this like the cheek of this horrid monstrous flower, and you can see within this like tongue tendril wrapping around another corpse, and she like sees as it's wrapping around this whole corpse and like and wrapping around it in like a boa constrictor constricting it, but that is what she does.
And then she'll say, "Let's go, wing doggy. I am your new master."
That takes us to Elena.
Okay, I'm going to attack the creature.
Sorry, at the top of your turn, I need you to make a con save.
Okay.
But you have advantage on these, actually.
Oh, thank God. Okay, 19.
Cool, you're fine. I didn't realize you had advantage until just now, but it didn't make a difference up until this point anyway, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But you managed to, you're hardy enough to continue fighting. Go ahead with the rest of your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna attack.
Yep.
So 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Get it, Elena. Get it.
So much math. 23 damage.
Ooh, okay. Yep.
Okay,
Starting to look
and-
really rough. You're beating pieces off of it. It's just falling apart.
Oh, she mad. 26 to hit.
Yep, hits.
Okay. Oh no, man. $23 damage again.
Okay, it's just clinging to life. And you can see it's just gathering corpses from within and just like seems to be like slightly growing in space as you're carving pieces of it off. It's like pulsating.
Can I also mark him?
Sure. I don't know.
Okay. With unwavering mark.
That's your bonus action,
I think so, yeah.
and that is just if he makes attacks against other people, it's
He's
at
got
disadvantage.
Yeah.
You got it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of like a taunt, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's similar to my thing I have to.
Cool. Do you want Keith to move anywhere? Do you want to give Keith command?
No, I'll just kind of let him stay there.
Okay. He just kind of holds in place, following your commands, kind of butting up against Mary's back and Gord's new direwolf form. Just like raring to rush in there, but following your command. Okay, that's the end of your turn. It is now the creature's turns. The one you've been combating is going to... it's going to take 3 swipes at you with its vines.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do that. It's the first 2. That is a 22 and a 24.
Yep.
Last one is a 20.
Yep.
So all 3 hit. I'll do the pre-halving damage. You take 10 points of damage from that one. You take 12 points from the second one. And 11 points from the third one. And can you give me 3 Constitution saving throws?
Okay.
Which she gets advantage on?
Not on these.
Okay.
These are different.
First one is 17.
Good. There's a lot of con saves, I know. It's like all con in this one without intention. It just happens that way.
18.
Check.
Nice.
And
Last one.
15.
Okay, you're good. You're just hardy as hell.
Look how many devices Brawley's using right now.
Okay, this second creature. Actually, at the end of this one's turn, it's going to try and move away from Allie. You could use your reaction to take an attack opportunity.
I
Kill it.
will. All right.
Get it.
27 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
God.
Yup.
It's been good. Okay. $16 damage.
That will finish it off. And as it finishes with these 3 vines that whip against you, your cheek gets slashed, your side gets slashed, but the rage within you just fuels you forward. But as this creature begins to kind of slowly, through the muck, pull itself away, you grab hold of the last tendril, pull it close, and with your hammer, bring it down, and it slashes and smashes through the core of this. However, as you smash through the core, it just sprays and explodes, and all around, I need you. It would have been here. Mary, Gord is safe. Mary, Lavender, and Alana and Fern. I need you all to make dexterity saves.
Oh, great.
Alana,
Okay,
you have advantage on this too for being raging.
Oh, do I? Okay,
Yep.
sweet. Oh, thank
Lav
God.
got 20. Fern
success.
got 21.
Success. Alana,
16.
success. Mary,
Oh, thank God.
15.
you're good.
Good job, guys.
Okay. You see this different kind of liquid, like this black brackish liquid, spray out around, and you all kind of manage to dodge away from letting it touch your skin, and it kind of splatters to the ground as Alana destroys this creature.
Nice.
However, the other one still has a turn, and it is going to slide this way. Slightly forward. and is going to make 2 attacks against Hondo.
No.
H.
Hondo, the first one is a 21.
Oh boy.
The second one is a 14.
Nope.
I think that misses. So Hondo, you're going to take...
I dodge it.
You can dodge the total, so hang on, let me give you the total. So that's 15 bludgeoning, but also 16 cold that you're
he's
resistant
resistant.
to.
Yeah.
So 8 and 15 is, everybody together,
23.
23
23, sure.
divided by 2 if you want to use your reaction to half, turns it to 12. Or
All right.
11 points to... Do you want to use your reaction to do that?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, you take 11 points of damage total as the one vine reaches out and slashes across you. As it does, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, boy. Okay.
Still have the
I love-
D6 from Lav, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Won't be needing it now.
You're good. You're good. And another one. How far can it reach? Not far enough to get Francis.
Remember, it's
Actually-
okay if Francis dies.
It's actually
No, that's not what I told you.
not close enough to get Andal too, so it's going to go for one last one against Hondo. All 3 target Hondo. Oh, natural 19. That'll hit.
My AC is 19.
Yeah, so it's plus. It's 26 total, plus 7. So this one is going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage and 12 reduced to 6 points of colds for a total of 16 points of damage on the last one. As you take the full one as you use your reaction already. And then it's going to use a bonus action. You see within its maw, it just chomps down on this like half deer carcass, and you see it just like envelop it within its form, and it's going to heal up a bit. Yeah, it'll heal up quite a bit. Okay,
Okay, guys.
it is now Hondo's turn.
I'm going to.
You are actually, sorry, at the top of your turn, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as this creature's moved you within 10 feet.
You have your D6 if you want to use it.
I think I will. Yes. I will use my. So I roll a d6 as well.
Yeah, so roll a d6.
Okay. So my total is 16.
Uh,
This is for Constitution saving throw, right?
wait, did you roll a 1 on that d6?
Roll a 10.
I rolled a 3 and a 10.
I thought you, wait, hold on. Who's inspired you? Was it Valentine?
It was,
No, Lav.
Lavender.
Lavender.
Well, that was only a d6.
Yeah, I rolled a d6.
Oh, you rolled a 3. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I saw 1. No problem. You're fine. It wouldn't have made a difference ultimately. The stench is overwhelming. However, you've been through worse, and you managed to fight through as you can continue your turn.
Okay, I'm going to. I'll throw my dagger, my blink dagger.
Throw a blink dagger. Okay. Make your attack. You do not get sneak at this point from this range.
Matter.
Yeah, that's probably not going to hit, unfortunately.
An 11 total, I think.
11 is a miss as you throw your dagger, and it's difficult because this creature kind of blends naturally in with the environment, so parts of it aren't really parts of it. They're just like more of the swamp kind of growing up and around. And unfortunately, your blink dagger goes a little wide, missing on that one. It's your attack. Your
I
action.
will recall it.
Blink back to your hand for a bonus, and you still have your movement if you want to move.
I want to get out of there.
All right, you guys are flying, so where do you want to go?
You could go like up.
Could I go? Oh yeah, you said it's sort of like I can't really get too high, right?
You can't get too high here. The treetops are dense, but you could get like 20 feet up at least. Like right now, you're only about 5 feet up, so you could pull Valentine on top. But you can move to 20 feet up to the treetop,
Okay.
at least. And then I'll just say move you back this way a little bit to get up and away. That's your move, action, and bonus action. That takes us to Mary.
I will take a few steps to my right, kind of like going around that tree.
Wait.
Sorry. Like, are our left and rights backwards?
North, east, south, west.
Okay. Like north and west a little bit. Yeah, I know you can't move very far, right? Is it still?
Yeah, you're at half move, so that's your full 30.
Okay, that's fine. And I will take 2 shots again.
Okay.
First one's a 25.
That hits.
Okay. We'll make this one a... What's it called? Just a distracting strike. So
Is
the
there
next
a-
person...
a
No,
roll
it's
or
just the next person has advantage. That's all it is. It just can't be... Yep, just not me.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled kind of trash. Math is hard on a Friday. 18 points of damage. Oh, sorry, I didn't roll the distracting. Only 20 points of damage. It was only a 2.
Okay.
On the first attack. Second attack. Oh, that's only 14.
To hit?
Yeah.
Just hits.
Oh, okay. That's just a regular D8. Decent. 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'll just call out in Elvish. Say, Ondal, just get Shara out of here. Move her back. That's it.
Okay. Takes us to Gord's turn. Gord, the creature closest to you has erupted. You are back here. You can see there's another creature over on the far side. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, about 50 feet from you.
So I'll run up to the creature closest to me and do my bite attack.
What's the speed of a direwolf? I don't know if you have enough to get there.
It's pretty speedy.
But it's half speed.
Where is the speed?
On the direwolf stats, it should be armor class, hit points, speed. Top left.
Oh, 50 feet.
So you can get halfway there. You could use your action to dash and get all the way up to it, but you could not attack.
Sorry, what's the one with the wings?
The one with the wings. Oh, this?
That's my sweet baby Fern.
Yeah,
Please don't hurt him.
That's Fern, yeah.
Oh.
The other creature is here. The only one left. The other one exploded.
Okay, yeah. I'll run towards him then.
Okay. Unfortunately, you can get to him, but you have to use your action to dash through the terrain. It's like swampy terrain, so you have to use your full action to move. But you're there for the next turn.
Cute.
All right. That takes us to
If anyone wants to hop on me, feel free.
Endal thinks about it for a long moment and then pulls back with Shara. 5, 15 to there. And then look, actually you can't go that far because you can't drag. Drags at half speed, so about there. And then draws his bow and quick fires 2 shots. Actually, both are going to hit. Look at that. Good job. Natural 18 and natural 13. And these are not bad. 9, 8, 17. 17 and 7 is 24. This thing's looking hurt. pretty hurt. That's going to be his move. But then he just looks down to Shara and tries to kind of just keep like trying to tap her awake. But she is unmoving thus far. Top of the round. Let's see. Yeah, I need Mary and Gord to go ahead and make Constitution saving throws. As Gord, when you rushed through this swampy terrain, in the wake of one of your kicks through, this puff of cloud erupts around just before you reach the creature as Mary and you get caught inside of this kind of gaseous explosion. Both of you need to make con saves.
I got 21, 19 plus 2.
Yup.
I got 26.
You're both fine. You guys are rolling real good. Good job, everybody.
It's been a great fight for us, honestly.
That takes us to Valentine, but nothing to be done. Lavender Fern.
They'll take to the air, just try and avoid this kind of gas spews.
Yep. Thankfully, as I said to Kevin, it's only about 20 feet to the top of the treetops here, but you get away from the initial explosions and vines and all that jazz.
And then I think she's going to go with the old faithful firebolt, just normal one.
You got it.
12 plus 10, 22.
That hits.
2d10, oops. 9 and 2 is 11.
11 points. Yeah. Another one just slashes through. It burning and singeing through the plant matter that is already pretty decayed in itself. It manages to punch through another hole. That's her action and movement, at least some of it. Do you want to move anywhere else? Are you good?
No, she'll just try and stay above the tree line. No bonus. That's good with her and Fern.
Yeah, she's got good aerial now over, and there seems to only be one creature left.
Could she take a perception check just as a bonus?
Sure.
Just to see if there's anything coming our way or anything
just
like that.
A quick scan.
Ooh, not great. And she is not good at this. 3 minus 1 is 2.
She sees she barely sees you guys, actually. She's so hyper-focused on herself riding Fern that nothing else
she's so
else
happy
matters.
with it.
Nothing else matters. That takes us to Alana. Alana, the creature is dead in front of you. The only one left is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 feet from you.
If I jump on Keith, am I able to get to it?
Probably not, because you have to go 5, 10, 15, 20 to get on Keith, and then Keith is also at half speed.
Okay. I'll definitely get on Keith.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. So you're on Keith.
Okay.
Having used 20 feet of Keith's movement.
And can I throw my javelin at it?
Yeah, I'd say you need to slide a little bit further like this way just to get get a better line.
Okay.
But using the movement you have, that's totally fine. You have a clear shot. You can make it. What's the range of the javelin?
Actually, it's Storm Craig, because I don't have the javelin anymore. I forgot I lost that. Storm Craig is 120 feet.
Okay,
or is that lightning from Storm Craig? Is 120.
Oh yeah, if you want to make a line of lightning, you might catch Gord in that.
Oh. Okay.
Gord
You can just throw it, but I think the range is shorter.
Fine, I have a lot of help.
She couldn't live with herself.
This creature looks pretty rough.
It's pretty cool. Cool.
Can I throw it, but as I'm throwing it, be like, Gord, watch out!
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
So
I will do that.
You're gonna turn it into the lightning bolt feature of the javelin.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, you swirl Stormcrag around your head, moving your hammer out of the way, shouting to Gord to look out. However, he is going to look out by making a dexterity save, I believe. What's the save on the javelin, Allie?
think it's plus 10, so it's like plus 10 to hit.
When you turn to a bolt of lightning, it should have like a creature must
DC
make a dex save or something
DC
like that.
15 dex save.
Should be under in the writing of.
Yeah. DC 15 dexterity. Yeah.
Perfect. Gord, you need to make a dex save as a direwolf, and I will do the same as.
Oh my god, it is so much damage.
It fails.
Gordon.
The creature fails.
How many d6 is it? Or d8?
17.
Yeah, Gord, you need to
Ooh,
make
nice.
a dexterity saving throw as a direwolf.
17. 15 plus 2.
There you go.
Nice.
Success.
Sweet.
Gord will take half this much damage, while the creature takes a full 8d6 lightning.
Okay. So, 24 to hit.
You're good. Roll damage.
Okay.
Roll the 8d6.
8d6?
Yep.
Oh my.
Jesus.
It's a full lightning bolt.
Okay, hold on. I gotta do math. $28 damage.
Nice.
That's enough.
Yeah.
27 health. You spin Stormcrag, warn Gord. Gord, you take 14 points of lightning damage to your direwolf form. But the lightning bolt streaks across from Ali, illuminating the entire space. This darkened shadow begins to kind of get pushed away as this lightning bolt streaks across this swampy area and collide with the creature, which erupts as it does. And as a result, I need Gord and Hondo to make dexterity saving throws.
Damn. Okay.
From the air, what's your dex save?
He's still fine. I mean, that's not going to change his dex
21.
save. Okay, Gord.
So I got a 10,
Mhm.
but hold on. Oh, that's attack rolls. I was gonna say I have pack tactics. Never mind.
No, but you could use either luck or your Dark One's own luck to boost that.
Yeah, I'll do luck.
Okay, so you can roll another dex save.
Is that in actions?
It should be under.
Yep, it is.
Okay, perfect.
I got fucking 10 again. That's bullshit.
Okay, Gord, you are not quite as quick as you just get shocked with this lightning, and it kind of freezes your limbs in place for a moment as this creature explodes in front of you. You don't have the dexterity to move out of the way, and you are coated in this this kind of cold ichor that like seeps in through the fur of your direwolf form, and you kind of shake it off. And it feels gross for a moment, and you feel funny for a second. It just kind of makes you feel very briefly sick and a little confused, but nothing seems to happen. And you shake it free as the combat comes to an end. Everybody is more or less safe, though Valentine and Shara still seem to be unconscious. We're going to take another
Dead guys.
quick break just so I can reset camera stuff. I'm going to get another drink, and we'll come back and see what happens. Picking up as the combat ends in the midst of this swampy gloom crossing, Hondo on the carpet, Francis is holding Valentine's form and just taps you to like set us down somewhere comfortable. What happened to him? What's wrong?
Calm down, my friend. We're going down. We're going down. Agreed.
You bring it down, and Lavender and Fern descend. pardon me, near you as well. Gord, Mary, and Allie, you guys are able to converge wherever you like. Andal kind of picks up Shara and makes his way over to your group as well. Ooh, that's not bad. But Francis just looks to you all and says, someone do something. What's wrong with him?
We don't. I'll ask Andal in Elvish. I'll just say, have you seen this before? Okay. What do we have, everyone?
I have more healing spells, but it's a little too jester. Let me try and find it again. I tried my healing spell, but it didn't work.
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't I try this? And Lav will just keep flicking me in the face.
Take a death save every time.
Francis puts his hand out and says, please, this is serious.
No, it's okay.
Francis, with all due respect, we've dealt with shit like this. We'll figure it out. It might just take a minute.
Okay. I trust you.
Okay. Mary's gonna look through her shit.
Okay.
Does anyone
I'm good at medicine? Anyone trained in medicine?
That was gonna be my next step, but I was gonna wait to see if anyone else had any suggestions first.
Brawley just kind of sits down beside Val, just lying there, and she's like, come on, wake up, come on, you're not backing down now, come on. But obviously it's not working.
Unfortunately, your pleas have no sway. If someone would like to make a medicine check, you can try.
Yeah, I'll try on Val.
Lav is -1.
Mine's not very good.
Yeah. Lavender has no interest in making a medicine check. But Brawley or Mary, if you guys want to try. Gord, are you still holding your direwolf form for now?
Yep, I got 3 hours. I'm going to use it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I only have a +1, but I'll try. Okay.
Red? Totals?
Ooh, okay. That's an 18 total.
Nice.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, I got 14.
Okay.
Still pretty good for two people who cannot do medicine. That's not bad.
Between the two of you, you have a lot of combat experience, and you have a lot of in the field triage of various different wounds and battlefield injuries. This is outside of those realms. Valentine is more or less unscarred, untouched. You both get low, and Allie, as you're holding him and pleading, there is breath. His chest is slowly rising and falling, very slowly. He seems he's not dead, but there's no light. There's no consciousness. He's growing cold, but not dead cold. And as you both kind of get low, you put your hand to beneath his nose, and there is breath. You can feel the hot air coming out, but you open his eye, and it's just blank. There's no reaction to light one way or the other. He obviously has been tapped and patted and poked and prodded and had not woken up thus far. Mary, as you kind of look around and you start just getting a little invasive and start just kind of opening his mouth and seeing, is there anything in there? Is there just kind of poking and moving him around? You see just beneath kind of the back of the neck along the hairline as it falls down around his shoulders, you can see this kind of faint crawling tendril of veins that seems to have popped up along the base of the neck. and is kind of spidering out from beneath the hairline and along his, where you can't get further, but you can see it kind of spreads down a little beneath the armor plate of his back. It kind of, with a 19, you correlate.
Oh, it was a 17, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's still 17 is above 15, which is what the goal was.
Yeah.
You correlate the plant life and the explosion of this kind of gaseous pod, that this may be like a poison effect.
That's what I was thinking.
But typically poisons don't render you unconscious. Typically, you're sick. This is something different, but it may be more in that vein.
Does anyone have anything that can deal with poison? Might be under Gord's.
I could try and burn it out of him.
Yeah, let's hold that one for now.
What you think about it?
I will briefly consider it.
And you've never dealt with this before? Could your elder deal with this?
He looks at the sound of his name, but looks across the rest of you and says, I do not understand what she says.
Oh, fuck, right. She wants to know if there's anyone in your village who might know how to deal with this.
I don't know what this is.
Poison, possibly. Do you have a healer?
A poison. The elder I spoke of, she has some access to magics and has dealt with poisons and restorations of our villagers who come across things within the wilds. Perhaps if it's a poison, it's something she may be able to handle.
How far are we?
This is not the way we were supposed to go. Traversing these woods is something I've done since I was a boy. For over 200 years, this has never crossed my path without my intent. It is either drawn to you or you are drawing it.
Great. All right. Would you be able... One second. I am going to call the Pegasus.
Through the treetops. Actually, no. How do you do so? What do you say?
Yeah, tell me how this works.
Oh fuck, I don't know. I'll just very briefly close my eyes and just I know it's not directly tied to that, but I'll clench the fist where the platinum dragon symbol is. And just, she doesn't know how magic works. So she's just going to think really hard and try to imagine a Pegasus coming, like how she first saw it, where it was there's the sun and it just kind of seemed to fly from the sun. Yeah.
As you focus on this moment and you guys turn back to see Mary just very closing her eyes and clenching her fist, through the darkened trees of this gloom crossing, this shadowy section of forest and swamp, a thin beam of sunlight breaks through the treetops, and it begins to kind of grow and grow, and you hear the sounds of thundering hooves and beating wings as careening down through, not colliding with the trees, but as if passing through on the sun itself. This winged Pegasus lands with a bit of a slosh in the muck beside you, Mary, as your mount is there.
That was so cool.
I'll approach her. I was muted, I didn't realize. I'll approach her and just pat her nose like you do with a horse. And I'll just climb up and extend a hand to Andal. Andal? How do you say his name?
Andal.
Andal, okay. So it'll be temporary. We'll be back. I just want to get you a bird's eye view.
He looks down at Shara and then looks across to Lavender and says, "Can you take care of her for a moment?"
He wants to know if you'll just keep an eye on her.
Yes.
He looks to Mary.
Yeah, nod.
He kind
Lavender
of
wiggles some fiery hands.
he halts for a moment and
It's
just kind of sets her down gently, and then lithely gets up on top of on the back of Mira.
Take the fuck off. As straight up as possible so that I know I just have to come like down.
The treetops here are tight woven and only about 20 feet high. However, through this kind of area where the sun beam came through, there is a small clearing that has kind of been singed and burned away. And you see this faint line of sunlight. And you angle Mira and shoot up through. And the two of you get caught in a little bit of the tangle. But you're able to climb higher and higher atop your mount. As Endel holds tight to you and to Mira, you're able to clear the Gloom Crossing.
I'll just, any of this look familiar? Do you have a direction on where we should be going?
Give me a moment. He just kind of you watch him kind of get his bearings and check the line of the sun and look to the east and look to try and find his bearings of north, and then he looks off to the northeast a little ways, and he kind of points and you follow his line of where he's pointing and says that there's a larger clearing in that direction. Our village lies within that clearing. If we follow this swamp, it should lead to a river, and the river will lead to my home.
What if we don't need to follow through the swamp? If we approach by air, how much is your village gonna freak out?
They will freak for a moment, surely, as you say. However, if we can bring Shara home, and I will do the explaining as to what we've encountered here.
Okay.
Dameron will see to it that no one is harmed.
All right. We may not be able to do it right away. I'm just trying to do some math, but I think we might be able to make it work.
I have done some math. I think we can make it work.
I think we can make it work. Okay, I'm gonna come down.
Okay. Easily enough.
We have a direction, but I think it might be easier if we can do it by air. And we make sure that the rest of these two don't have any more harm come to them before we get there. Do we know how far? Sorry, Kyle. Time-wise, if we flew like as the crow flies, how long it would take to get there?
To fly there, you're looking at maybe like it's a pretty straight shot, like a half hour at good speed flying. Like it's not far. On foot, you're looking at twice as much, maybe even longer. It depends on what you encounter, how well the forest responds.
Yeah.
To travel this far, like it could take 2 hours, but to fly above, you're maybe a half hour.
Okay. I go up to Lavender, say, we have a few options. It'll probably maybe an hour. Think you can
to burn it out of him?
No, we don't know how long that's going to take. But if you can get Keith a pair of wings.
Oh, I could do that.
And we might have to. Don't do it just now, because we might have
make
to.
a butterfly, or like.
How about something that like Alana might still actually be able to ride? Like if you can do a giant butterfly, that'd be cool as fuck. But
that'd be so cute.
But I don't know. Maybe just like a really big bird might be a better idea. Let's just hold on though. Let's make sure this might take the whole length of time for that. So.
Well, I could do a big bird, and then 4 people can go on the carpet, and I could still ride Fern.
Yes, exactly.
And you have that fun Pegasus. But what about Gord? He's a fun little wolf now.
He's a wolf, but if we take an hour rest.
That's true.
Or he could drop it. That's why I'm trying to. So wait, how many of us are there total? There are the 6 of us plus.
So if I do the math, if 4 went on the carpet, it works. And then if Fern can take 2, and then if Pegasus can take 2, it depends on how many. If Gord transforms, then it works. And then if Keith can take someone, we have to see how big we could make Keith.
I'm thinking. Yeah,
I will point out
until we try.
I'll point out too, Scott. Lavender just has the fly spell.
Yeah, I just don't know how long that lasts.
That
was going to be the other thing I suggested. The only thing was.
Maybe it's 10
Did she make fucking Keith fly?
That's what my initial thought was, but I think it's only 10 minutes. I don't think it's an hour. So polymorph will last an hour.
Polymorph is an hour for sure. Double check the length of the fly. That's a good point.
That was my thought. Number 1. Yeah. Okay.
But what if I upcast it? Let me see.
So if
upcast just gives you more creatures.
You're right.
Okay, so there's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 people, right? So Carpet, Keith is 2, Fern is 2, Pegasus is 2. That's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So then Gord just has to be himself. We don't even have to take a rest. If Gord changes back, which I know it sucks because he'll lose his doggy form.
Are you forgetting about Grant?
I thought that was everybody. 6 of us plus 2 elves plus Grant plus your dad. That's
plus
10,
Keith
right?
Transformed. Yeah. I think that was
but Keith can take 2 people if he transforms. So I'm not counting Keith.
Keith can take 2 people as himself, but yeah, he needs to fly. So as a giant eagle, he can carry 2.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, if we can make him a giant eagle, then we're set.
He can carry Doggy Gord in his talons.
His little claws.
Fuck yeah, let's do that. That's dope.
Or do you want to stay a doggy? Okay. Mary would not have asked in that voice. I just thought it was cute. Okay. So, Lav, if you can help Keith, then Elena can ride with him, take someone else. I'll take Mira, which I have to say quietly because the dog's right there. And someone can come with me. I already have Andal, so perhaps we could lead and he can point the way.
Lav will let Val go on Fern with her. And then she'll aim her fingers at Keith and be like, "You're going to look so cute," and then make him into a pink feathered giant eagle.
Sure. Easy enough. You guys have enough flying creatures. You've done the math. You've done the parsing out of who goes where. You're able to take to the skies if you're ready.
Yeah, I would say the other unconscious person should probably stay on the carpet.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that Shara would go with Francis, Grant, and Hondo on the carpet.
Yeah. The speed of the carpet is a little slower than the rest of the transforming or flying creatures. So you are traveling collectively at 40 speed just to keep together.
Still faster than walking through the forest. So
far faster. You're avoiding a lot of potential traps. As you guys take to the skies, it is growing late in the day, though not incredibly. You're not past sundown. You're well before sundown, but getting towards like the dinner hour. You guys make your way up through this darkened treetop and out into above the forest as Andal points the way towards a large clearing that you begin to fly towards. It takes, like I say, about a half hour, a little less in fact. of relatively quick travel. You are well within the ranges of all your spells and things. You're not worried about any of your spells or wild shapes fading before reaching the edge here. And as the clearing kind of begins to open up and you begin to descend, you descend on the outskirts of this clearing around this city, this small village, more than a city. From above, you can see a river runs through the majority of the lower section of this city, and there's a raised kind of section up atop this very small like cliffside. There's a rock wall that kind of separates the upper half, where you see a bunch of kind of taller, well-built wooden structures that are connected through a series of long wooden bridges, and kind of intertwined with the natural landscape, kind of around rocks, and built trees through the structures built around the trees themselves. You do see from a higher perspective, actually Hondo and Gord see from a higher perspective, the outline of a faint ring around the city. You can see a faint like marker line around the exterior of the city, just within the edge of the woods themselves. You can see this kind of like low stone wall, not enough to count as like a barrier necessarily, but more a mark around. As you cross this threshold from above, Gord, I need you to make a charisma saving throw for me.
Will do. A 7.
Okay.
You have luck.
I'm gonna use luck. I feel like I don't like where this is going. That's a 18.
Oof. Great.
As Gord, carried by the giant talons of Keith's eagle form, you cross over into this clearing, Gordon. As you're watching down below and looking, you can see there are individuals kind of moving about, and you can see from like a bird's eye view the tops of these natural huts and structures, and what looked like once was farmland that is now, or small gardens more than farmland, that seems is being turned under. And all of you begin to watch as you descend. The grounds here are barren of plant life and of vegetation and crops, if there were any. It seems like there would have been gardens here. But specifically, Gord, as you make your way across this little border wall that you see, you feel this overwhelming urge to turn back, to get away from this city or this village that you are deterred from entering. And as you feel that initial wave of fear and panic and pain, your patron urges you forward, and your raw power overcomes the fear of something beyond. Your connection and power to Orcus stronger than some ward that you feel try to suppress something. And you manage to suppress and keep quiet from the rest of your friends that something was warding you from entering here, and especially seeing as you're a wolf. But nonetheless, your flying troop makes their way over the lower section of these of this farmland kind of crop area that is being worked under, as I said before, and heads towards, as Andal points Mary, kind of points to this taller structure where you can see there's this settlement that is up on this bit of raised platform where you can see there's some grass and wild ferns that are growing beneath naturally. And as I said before, too, it looks as if all of the homes and structures here are built naturally rather than clear space and build. It is built as if to grow with nature and through nature. However, you land at the base of this set of steps that kind of leads to this larger raised structure that is made of this white wood and clay tiled shingles that are along this arched roof line. Endel, as you all land, dismounts and moves to the carpet to try and grab Shara from the carpet, and and he kind of beckons you to follow him in dismounting. As this dismount begins, from this initial structure and kind of popping up from all structures on all sides, you are all at bow point as maybe about 20 archers kind of pull bows coming up over the edges of an arched lower wall of raised platforms from high atop treetops, where you can see these faint little platforms have been built well camouflaged, but you see them pointing down towards you with bows drawn. And Andal puts his hand up in the air, kind of flagging, and calls out, "They are friends. They are friends. Trust me."
You don't want to try me.
So he turns back and says, "Do not worry. I've seen what you can do. You're worth a conversation." And he just keeps his hand up as you watch. They all keep their bows trained to you, but all of their heads turn towards the top of the staircase of this raised building. And you see a figure walk to the edge of this balcony that is above this raised platform, about 20 feet or so up above you and a little ways set beyond. You see an elven female, and actually, in fact, every figure you've seen here is of elven race. You do not see anything but elves, and they all appear to be, from a distance and from a very quick scan, full elven race. But you see this one figure stand above, pale blonde, almost white hair that is straight and cut at an angle above the shoulders. She wears a dress that is of shimmering green gossamer over what you can see leather armor of intricate design beneath. You can see this like white cape that hangs across her shoulders and drapes down and drags along the floor, and a crown of wildflowers that sits atop her head. She looks down at all of you and up at the archers in all directions, but focuses on Andal. And in Elvish, to only currently Mary, Francis, and Grant's ears, says, "You bring outsiders to our homeland in a time of grave peril. To what end do you do so?" And Andal responds with Shara kind of clutched in his hands. Says, "My lady, we thought it best to present these outsiders to you and allow your judgment to guide us. They are emissaries to King Malcolm Delarian of Exander, and as elder your verdict of their fate far exceeds us of Auvergne. We will do as you wish. However, as you can see, one of ours has fallen to a gloom crossing, a terror of the Blighted Grove. These fellows who I was leading here to your judgment, they saved us, though Shara has fallen with some disease, as they say. One of theirs has as well. I leave this with your elder judgment."
I will quietly be translating all this over the earring.
Okay.
Or the roundabout way. There's no fucking way Mary gets it as eloquently as she does.
Mhm.
Lav will be talking to Fern and being like, "Don't you think we make a better team?"
Fern just kind of growls and hunches his back a bit, so it's more uncomfortable for her to sit there.
She keeps petting him. She
This
will cast comprehend languages on herself when she notices them talking in Elven.
wild magic surge, baby.
Thank God it's a 10. Jesus, that would not be a good meeting.
That's why it would have been funny. This elder elf, who does not look elderly, looks relatively young, though that is a trait of the elven race. She looks you all over and begins to descend this long, beautifully carved white staircase of white wood. You see as she steps down, she grasps hold of this gnarled quarterstaff of light brown wood. You see this long line of vine and wrap of green leather around the midsection for grip. As she makes her way very regally, tall, straight shoulders, straight back, down the stairs. The bows do not dip. They keep pointed atop all of you. And she makes her way rather slowly towards you, however, kind of winding between her feet down as she goes, though not tripping her up in any way. You see this small golden brown cat, a dark brown head and dark brown paws and the tip of its tail, kind of winding its way beneath her feet. And you see a pair of feathered wings that stretch out from its back, tipped with bright yellow feathers. They're kind of folded in tight to its rather lithe body, and it's kind of just winding its way up and down the stairs as she makes her way, as her descent. But nonetheless, as you guys make your way, just awaiting her presence, she strides towards you all, looks across your group, and then looks down at Shara. And Andal sets her Shara down, and this figure kind of looks down at Shara's form, and you see her kind of brush her face and kind of lift her head and open her eyes, and she looks her over. Oh yeah. And tilts her head up and just kind of gently kisses the top of her forehead. And Lavender, Gord, and Hondo, you guys would pick up the faint detection of a spell being cast through this touch, though it seems with incredible ease and experience. This spell is cast with like nary emotion. This is a figure of maybe not great magical prowess, but is well versed in what she knows. And a moment later, Shara's eyes flutter open, and she kind of coughs and sits up on her own, awakened. They share a very quiet conversation, and the elf pulls her to her feet, and Andal and her kind of embrace for a moment, and she turns to your group and silently just kind of looks you over.
I will lean over to Francis and just say, I know you're nervous about Val, but can you handle this, Ambassador?
Of course, it is my duty. He kind of steadies himself and strides forward, and says, "My name is Francis Fleurwild. This is my traveling crew. We are, as stated, emissaries and ambassadors to King Malcolm Delarian. We personally seek reconciliation between the provinces on the king's behalf. It has been a lifelong journey and duty of mine to attempt to rebuild connections between the two and strengthen the borders of Xander and our neighboring provinces. We wish only to extend a line of communication between Xander and the Vale. In doing so, I would hope to, and our mission here, as we instructed Andal and Shara, would be to meet with the elders of the Sylvan tribe within the Heartwood and explain our position. She looks him up and down, and at the rest of you, and says, I am one of these elders you speak of the Sylvan tribe. My name is Dameron. You come at an interesting time to our woods. Peculiar.
Admittedly, well, our friend here might be able to explain better, as he has a bit of a stronger tie to all this. This is patron, the Summer Queen.
Your
this-
fallen is a patron, you say,
Or-
of Summer Queen.
The Summer Queen is he's a follower of her. He has a little more insight to this than any of us do, but the darkness that's in this place is part of the reason we came, and something we'd like to help rectify.
Make a persuasion check.
God.
And then
I'm
Brawley trips
scared.
up and says, and we can't do it without him.
She looks towards
I'll
Brawley.
translate. Oh no, maybe she doesn't need it.
She looks towards Brawley for a moment, and there's this flash in her eye, just kind of mischievous flash, and a little smirk, and then looks back towards Mary.
What was that? I'd like to know what that is, but first I'm gonna roll a persuasion check. And I'm gonna use luck. Because that was a 3.
A little higher.
That was a 14. So,
Nice.
Where's my persuasion? I think it's only +1. Yeah, it is. So 15.
Better than a 4.
Dameron looks you over and says, as I said, it was peculiar, your arrival, and your intent to aid our forest's plight of these blighted groves, this darkness. You seem not put off nor surprised by it.
Again, our friend here might be able to provide more insight on his end. But we've heard something of dreams, dark
And
magics.
crows.
Your friend is the only one of your group able to explain this.
Oh, I could explain it. I'd be happy to explain it. I know a lot of things.
Well, your friend doesn't seem to have much faith in you.
This one? Oh, she trusts me implicitly. I think she just wants that one to talk because he's unconscious and he doesn't look too good and this stinky thing hurt him.
Perhaps I will do you all a service. See if I can cure him of this plight. And we may continue discussion inside.
That would be so nice, but also, what is your cat's name?
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Amazing.
19 and 16 plus 9 is 25.
She looks
to
at
find out a cat's name.
She looks at Lav and says, "He is no mere cat. He's a Tressum of the Fae. His name is Dina." And she leans forward to Valentine, striding through your group, leans down over his fallen form, and kind of brushes the hair away from the sides of his face, and leans in and gives him a kiss. And Val, you feel like you've been rushing through a dark tunnel and suddenly just pulled into the light. And before you see this golden-haired, framed by the sun above, elf figure who, in your stupor, immediately kind of looks immediately like Titania. And for a moment, it feels as if she is there breathing life back into you. And then your eyes focus a bit, and it doesn't look quite the same, but still incredibly beautiful.
Oh, thank you. That thing smelled worse than Hondo. What, Oh, I guess we arrived. We're here.
Your friends have come a long way for a little cure here, friend.
Yeah, they're pretty good friends. Oh.
This
Everyone
is...
okay? Everyone okay? We're all good?
Are you okay?
Yeah, totally fine. I'm good. What health am I at? Just for curiosity.
1.
Great. I will slowly lean up, really hurting.
She looks across your group and says, "We are nearing the dinner hour, though in the light of the last few days, our preparations are not quite where we would prefer them. Perhaps in exchange for the services rendered, some of your troop could help provide us with a meal. Some of you seem skilled with blade or bow. If we could do some hunting or some foraging, it would go a long way in showing appreciation."
Lovely. We have rations as well. They're nothing fancy, but they can keep us and others fed.
Perhaps. The forest hopefully shall provide.
I'll take out my bow.
We also have lots of fresh horse meat.
She does kind of seem disgusted at that. And says, "As I said, perhaps the forest will provide. Those of you who are unfit for hunt or foraging, perhaps you will join me upstairs. I will show you to a room where you may rest for a moment before we commune."
Does that seem sketchy? Is she trying to separate us?
Make an insight check.
Okay. She's cool, but also...
But how cool.
Yeah. Okay, that's a 22.
It's pretty good.
She's really hard to read.
Damn it. The one time I don't roll high.
She is being both hospitable and is making a point to split apart your group, but it may be out of courteousness, it may be suspicious. She has yet to limit you in any way, and so far has only asked a pretty menial task. So take it as you will.
I've already offered to go, so I still have my bow out.
Val will just like kind of pull himself up on top of Fern and be like, "Yeah, resting sounds really nice."
So be it. Decide amongst yourselves who will go where. A hunting party will be setting out in a few moments. Those of you who wish to go may join them.
as much as... Oh, I guess I'll wait for... Is she going to return or is she sticking around?
She's waiting for you guys to decide who's going where.
Gotcha. I'll kind of go up to Alana. Say, as much as I'm sure you'd be able to help in a hunting situation, perhaps staying here to keep an eye on Val wouldn't hurt.
Okay. I can do that.
Lav will go up to Fern and Val and be like, Fern really wanted to just leave you and join me, but I said, no, it's okay. You can stay with Valentine. He like kind of keeps you down, so that's fine. He needs you. But here, you look like shit. And she'll cast a level 3 heal. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, great. 15 plus 5 is 20. I'll also stay because I'm not really like the hunting type. I'm more like the pew 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 type.
Okay, so Allie, Val, Lavender, Francis, and Grant, and Alashara are not part of your party. So Hondo, Gord, are you guys going hunting, gathering, or you're going hunting? Okay. Gord, are you hunting, gathering, or staying?
Gord, you're also still a wolf.
I mean, like a hunting wolf sounds dope.
Nope.
I'll hunt.
Okay. Then in that case, the three of you step aside as Dameron puts a hand up and the bow's lower, though a small section of these archers strides forward. They seem strapped and ready to go out for a hunt. And Dameron, with a small group of these archers, looks to the rest of your group and says, "Not to worry, our accommodations are quite comfortable, especially after a long journey. I'll show you to it." And she begins leading up into this kind of raised wooden structure. However, the three of you going hunting, the elf kind of leader of this group looks to you and says, "In that case, you're with us. Either keep close and do not spook the animals, or go off on your own a different direction. We care not." And they begin to set off. You guys following or tracking elsewhere?
I would say following, because I also want to keep an eye on them and make sure we don't get lost. Because if we're with them, then we can get back here.
Okay.
But I'll start walking and say, "We'll stay with you and keep quiet." And I'll look at Hondo.
Okay.
Hondo, ride Gord. Ride Gord.
Oh yeah, totally dope. Ride Gord. That is cool as well.
Are you riding Gord?
I will, if he will accept.
Of course.
In that case, everyone roll stealth checks.
Is Mira still here? How long does Mira last?
Mira will be here for probably another 10 minutes.
I'll tell her to stick
20
around
minutes.
here. I don't know how
22.
long like the telepathic thing reaches, but
It reaches pretty far. It should say on the ability in your armor.
yeah, I'll check.
I think it's like over a mile.
Okay.
Yeah, Hondo, what was the total?
33.
Holy fuck.
And Gord was a 22. Mary?
23.
Okay. As you guys follow this initial group, almost immediately you lose most of them in the woods. They almost immediately just begin to blend into their surroundings. And there's only the tail end of a couple that you can catch as they begin to set off into the woods at a relatively quick pace. Though Gord is relatively swift on feet as a direwolf, and Mary just in her own form. You guys begin to try to follow. And you're able to keep track of Hondo specifically, and actually Hondo and Gord are able to keep track of kind of the last one of the hunting party, and you guys are about 40-ish feet from them. And I would like all of you to make survival checks.
9.
Okay.
15.
Brock.
Sorry, what's the roll? Lisa's laptop froze.
That's okay. Survival, please.
One moment. 6.
Okay.
Oof.
I'm gonna use my last luck on that.
Okay.
Ooh, 7.
Oh my god, your luck
That
has not
sucks.
been helpful today.
The two, Hondo and Gord, the two of you find it difficult to track as you guys are moving through the forest. You guys move through the forest at a relatively quick pace, trying to keep pace with the elves ahead of you. Mary, you fall back behind by about 10-ish feet, maybe 15 feet. But you do manage to spot the tracks of some kind of deer or buck of some kind that seems to have been passed by.
Sorry, I was muted again. Like the other people passed by it?
It seems like you're the only one who caught it. Everyone else has run by, or you guys have taken a slightly different track than the others did.
Can I see where the others are?
You're losing sight of them. You can see Hondo and Gord.
What direction are the tracks going in?
They are headed away. If you guys and this troop of elves are headed northeast, or northwest, sorry, they are headed southwest.
Oof. I'd probably rather stick with the group. I do not want to end up out here and not be able to find our way back.
Okay. In that
I'll
case,
just kind of keep a mark on where they were, in case.
You guys continue forward, and I'd like all of you again to try and roll this time perception checks to try and catch up to the other group.
$20 total.
20 total. Kev, 12 plus what?
12, 24.
And Brock for perception.
13.
Okay. Hondo and Mary, you're able to keep a bead on the. Actually, I should re-roll.
Does Gord get
stealth.
advantage for that?
I don't think as a direwolf. Do you have? Yeah, you have keen.
Isn't that
senses?
smell?
But it's like only on attack rolls.
Yeah, I don't remember if you have keen senses as a direwolf. As a bird, I know like most of the birds have keen sight. Regardless, you have two other members who rolled 20 plus. So, you are able.
Keen hearing and smell.
Okay, so I'll give you the advantage on this next survival check, to try and hear or smell out some prey. Though you guys have made it to within 20 feet of the last member of the other hunting troop, they seem to have slowed and found something that they are working towards. They've stopped, and they are working towards something. As you guys can make a survival check separately if you wish.
Sure.
Gord, you can make survival with advantage.
It's 20 total again.
18.
All right. Mary, you catch the sight of something to your right, to the almost directly north. And Gord, your keen scent of smell, you pick up the scent of some creature, some bestial creature, and you both kind of turn at the same time towards the north. And through this small kind of opening in the trees, you can see there is a large buck with these big, large antlers, and a doe that are both kind of just foraging and eating of like these smaller underlying branches. They seem they're about 30 feet, maybe 40 feet from where you're standing, so it's kind of hard to get direct distance at this through the trees, but you have a relatively good line of sight.
Is this the same area that the other party seems to be looking at?
They seem to be looking at something slightly further on. I'd like all of you to make stealth checks.
I really don't want to kill something sacred, is the thought. So I'd rather check with them first. Ooh.
There you go.
Hondo.
Oh my god, what is that for Hondo?
34.
35.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I got 23.
Gord?
What was it? Sorry, survival?
Stealth.
That is a 17.
Okay. As you guys are crept in this spot, and Gord, as you manage to catch line of sight on these two, on this doe and this buck, you creep a little close with Hondo on your back, and Mary creeping along just up beside the tree and kind of looking towards the other hunting party, and you just step on not even a twig that snaps, this crinkle of leaves. It's fairly soft and faint. However, the doe perks her head up and then takes off, headed east. The buck seems yet to have moved.
Okay, I'll just kind of put a hand up in that, like, army stop position.
Mhm.
How far are we from the rest of the hunting party?
They're about 40-ish.
Oh, fuck me, that's so far. Shit. I'm really scared of killing something sacred, but also killing the buck is better than killing the doe, right? That's better.
You
Say
think to
YOLO.
yourself.
Yeah. Fuck.
Hondo?
Oh yeah, I'll look and like raise an eyebrow at Hondo and Gord.
I say we just kill what we can kill.
Does it look just like a normal deer?
Make a nature check.
Oh god. Bad. I rolled a 4, and I think my nature's only a 5.
It looks like a were deer. It looks like a deer you've never seen in your entire life. It looks devoid of soul. No, it looks like a deer.
I was so jacked up for this.
It just looks like a regular old buck.
Okay. Well then, I would kind of put up a hand with like 5 fingers, and then 4, and then 3, and then like take out my bow and count the other 2 to myself.
Okay. In that case, make an attack roll with your longbow, and Hondo, are you going to throw a dagger?
I will.
Make an attack roll.
25.
Oof, doesn't matter.
Oh well, it's just a deer.
It's only a deer. It's not a high DC AC. They're just deer.
Then,
Using Whisper or using Blink Dagger.
with Blink, it is a +10, so 12.
A 12 misses.
Oh,
A 13 would hit.
Damn.
damn it.
Whisper, I think, would have hit.
Do I get 2 shots or just the one?
You're only going to need 1.
Oh, great.
It's a deer. It's only got 4 hit points.
Oh, okay.
Your first shot is incredibly well placed, and it pierces through beneath the shoulder into the heart. and it almost instantly drops as Hondo's dagger just passes over the same spot, but it falls and the dagger careens off into the woods. But you can blink it back to your hand. The buck immediately just collapses and falls. You have successfully hunted.
Hey, we did it.
As you look on it as it expires, you watch as its form shifts and turns into what looks like an elf.
Oh, fuck.
Nah, I'm kidding. It's a deer.
Oh, God, you
I did it twice! I did it twice!
That would have been awesome.
And
Oh,
it's
it
the
sucked
queen. It's
so
the
bad.
elder.
Yo, I actually, like, no joke, that was an initial plan to, like, throw in some, like, were-deer, which is why I was laughing so funny earlier that, like, Scott, like, suggested it, and he was, like, so into it. But
You should have done it.
I thought about it. I really did. But no, it is not. It is a buck. It is a dead buck, and you guys are able to return with that, unless you want to try and find some more on top of this relatively large buck.
Can we see the other hunting party from here?
Make a perception check.
I'd say we should probably get this. Gord is still a direwolf for a little bit. He can probably help carry this thing. Strap it to his back or something. Perception?
Yep.
22.
Yep. You can see that they are. They're still in the same spot, though they look like they are beginning to, like, they're not hiding as well anymore. You can see they are either they're finished, they've hunted and they've caught something, or they're moving back towards you to try somewhere else, but they are not as stealthy.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say we get this thing on Gord's back.
Easy enough between the two of you to throw it up on Gord.
Yeah. How big was this village? Like, size-wise, estimation number of people compared to other villages we've been to?
It's relatively small. You wager based on size, though you only saw there was about 20 or so archers.
Mm-hmm.
But given the amount of structures you saw, maybe 100 to 150
Okay.
total.
This is not going to feed a full village, but
It's a smallish village.
it'll get us in the door.
A full-size, like, buck is a lot of meat.
Yeah.
Legitimately, like, that can feed a family of 4 for like a whole summer, a whole winter. Sorry. So for a single meal, you're not worried about that. But I presume the other rangers have got something as well.
All right.
But with that,
yeah, just go to Hondo. Good enough.
Cool.
All right.
I'm pleased.
We'll keep an eye out for anything on the way back, but, like, I don't know, maybe we can bonus forage on the way back. Well,
Sure.
Gord's probably the only one who's good at that, right?
No, I mean, if you guys want to try and make some another survival check on the way back to try and see if there's anything worth foraging.
Sure.
Roll some either nature or survival if you wish.
They're the same.
They're probably the same for all of you, but given the option, sometimes it's better for some people.
Hondo, you like eating weird shit. Is there anything around here that we can probably serve? Just don't eat it yet, just in case, because this is weird forest. But
Should I do like an investigation to see if there's a?
just do a survival.
It would be nature or survival to see if there's anything of note.
I rolled a 16.
Good.
Oh my god, Kev, you're rolling really back.
Back to back.
Great. Gord, do you want to try nature or survival as well, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Mary total?
16.
Hondo, you find a small pile of mushrooms. There's like 4 or 5 of them. That's something. You're not sure if they're poisonous or not.
I will absolutely look over anything Hondo has before he eats it.
I will bring these back, and if the elves know anything, they can tell us. And if they don't tell us, I will say this is a gift for you. You take.
Alright, well, let's just ask him. That's surprisingly level-headed.
Mary, you do find this kind of small pile of like blackberries on
Okay.
top of what you found.
Cool. Yeah, same thing. Let's not just eat anything randomly. Let's let them make the judgment call. I'll take a piece of the leaf of the plant too. Just if in case that helps with identification, in case something's
In
more
that case,
fucky.
make a nature check
Okay.
as well.
I say we make a game out of it. Let's see how many things we can try that we've never had before.
And my nature check's only an 8.
Yeah, you pull them from the pile is kind of more not directly off of the plant. It's kind of like fallen around the base of this kind of bush. They seem like they've either been knocked off by things moving through or whatever. And you see there's a couple of plants it could have come from, and you just kind of grab a couple of leaves. And you're like, hopefully that'll work.
Okay, cool.
You're really not sure. But
That's fine.
You guys make your way back with some blackberries, a couple of mushrooms, and a buck. As the rest of you were led to a small room that kind of is the same room that the elf kind of descended from, with this balcony overlooking this village. It is kind of a small sitting room. There is a coffee table and just a couple of other chairs kind of wrapped around. There are like bank seating along the balcony, where you can see there's a couple of books just kind of scattered, and it is lit only by the light pouring through the kind of open concept doors and arches and windows. Though it just seems to be just like a sitting room. There's no door. It's just an open arch into this area. And Dameron just says, "You'll be undisturbed here if you wish to take a rest. I will see to some other things, and then once your party is returned and after dinner, we may discuss the merits of your further journeys within the Vale, or whether we will be bringing you back home."
Okay, that seems fair.
She nods and makes her way out. But you guys are able to take a rest, and able to take a full short rest if you want to go through the hour-long short rest that it takes these guys to go hunting.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
So any abilities back and health back you guys want, go nuts. It's a little over an hour before the other three return. And Hondo, Mary, and Gord, as you guys make your way back into the outskirts of the village, Gord, you feel that same tug to stop going forward, but you are prepared for it. You're aware of it, and you feel Orcus's presence just just over top of you, within you, and emboldened or afraid, you push forward nonetheless. And back in the village, you see Andal once more, kind of at the same spot that he kind of passed you off to Dameron. He says in Elvish, "It seems you are as handy as I said. It seems like a good kill that will feed us. Thankfully, it's been a tough couple of days. I will have someone take care of that for you and prepare it. If you wish to join your friends, I'll show you up to the room."
How's Shah?
She's doing well. Shaken a little, though seems to have no other effects.
Have
I
the two of
assume
you?
your friend is the same.
We'll see in a bit. Have the two of you run into any of these other gloom crossings yourselves, or just the rest of your village?
We have kind of takes a look around for a moment, kind of leans in a little closely, says, "We have worked to quell the gloom crossings and blighted groves of the Vale for some time. I have been through several in my years, and as a Shara, and anyone else here. We've battled with the worst of the Fae, but this is the first time we didn't know we were going into one.
Have they grown more numerous? Or is this just business as usual?
As I said, we've been quelling them. They've been growing fewer and fewer. It's only of late they seem to be springing back up without warning and fiercer than ever.
That's what I was worried about. All right. Guess we'll see you at dinner.
Absolutely.
Oh, and there's these berries. We are not foragers. Hondo found some mushrooms, and I really wouldn't trust those ones, but we'll leave them in your capable hands.
He takes it all from you guys and kind of gives a quick look and says, "Oh, those mushrooms. We use those for vision quests every now and again. They will not suit us well for dinner. Perhaps you'll enjoy them recreationally."
Oh, no,
and
no.
he
That's
walks
so
away
dangerous.
with the berries that he kind of looks down at and just kind of smells and says, "These I don't recognize either, but whatever." And he just kind of continues on.
Oh god, that doesn't seem good. Hondo, let's just save those.
It could come in handy one day, yes.
Actually, it might not. Could very much use it against someone.
Poison someone?
Hmm.
Be sick.
I mean, they wouldn't get poisoned, but they're
I
gonna
think-
trip fucking nuts out.
I think our good friend Francis might be some.
No!
Gonna spike Francis.
Oh god, poor
Next
guy.
dinner with Gwen.
I'm thinking like a random guard or something, not like
I
somewhere we need.
traditional drink, Francis.
The hour passes. Those of you who are resting are able to rest, and it's rather peaceful here. It's quiet. It's like a forest resort. It feels real nice. About halfway through, you're brought a small teapot with some tea in it. Not by Dameron herself, but by some other elves. They don't really say much of anything. Just drop off the tea and exit again. There are as many cups as there are those of you in the room.
Can I ask one of those servers something?
She looks back to you as she's about to leave.
Sorry, I just wanted to know what's the proper title to address Dameron. I don't want to be disrespectful.
In Elvish. Did you ask in Elvish or common?
Yeah, I'll ask in Elvish.
She says, Dameron will be fine. She is perhaps not one of the elders who cares so much for title.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
She nods and she makes her way back out. As the rest of you join, you all take in a quiet moment. And night kind of begins to settle, and it's kind of this like dusk of like bright purple sky as dinner is kind of served in this kind of large like banquet style dinner where the whole village is kind of a part of it. And pardon me, Shara comes to the room as you guys can smell like a large fire cooking below. And she says, if you guys are hungry, dinner will be served shortly.
I'm really hungry.
Then please, come with me. And she leads you guys down to, like I say, this kind of large banquet setup of there's not so much picnic tables or long banquet halls, but just a large banquet setup table around a large pit that is cooking the buck that you guys hunted. You see another smaller buck, and you do see a couple of rabbits that seem to be also cooking. But there is a large spread of what looks like foraged, like wild plants and flowers that are made into their own kind of different dishes. You see the berries. You see You do see a couple of mushroom dishes, though presumably not the ones that Hondo suggested and brought. But it seems like a relatively good spread, and everyone it seems to be kind of in lighter spirits, despite the initial downtrodden looks and feeling you got as you initially arrived. But you're able to help yourselves. And shortly after dinner, you are approached by it just seemed like a guard type elf who you have yet to meet. As you watch about 15 or so archers make their way around the exterior of the settlement and begin kind of lighting torches and seemingly taking patrols in pairs around the edges of Auburn and up into the higher treetop guard posts. But one of them comes by and says, Dameron will see you in the room you were in before, if you wish to speak with her.
Thank you.
And he just sets off on his own as you guys make your way up into the room.
For tracking sake, had the best short rest of my life. Rolled 3 d8s, 1 d7, or a d7. Anyways, I spent 9 hit dice. I'm at 88. And Lav spent 4 hit dice. She's up to 81. So we're pretty good.
Okay.
Did you take a lot of damage, Allie?
Me? Not too bad. I went down from 163 to 112.
Oh my god, 163.
Jesus.
So, but I'm good. I used up all of my barb dice. So I'm good.
Okay, good.
I'm like the next highest HP, and you still only now have slightly less than I do at full health. I love our tank.
I know. It's great.
As you guys make your way up, but not quite in the room yet, Gord, you feel a little funny. You feel something kind of in the pit of your stomach. It's you don't feel sick necessarily, but you just feel something kind of like bubbling and boiling. You feel suddenly hot under the collar, and beneath your helm, you feel, if cats could sweat, like you are breaking out into a bit of a flop sweat. It's a little unnerving, but you're fine for now. It's just kind of out of nowhere. You're suddenly feeling a little feverish, a little not great.
Do you share this with the group?
No.
As is
Very
tradition.
on brand. Yeah.
At the same time, I would like everyone to make Constitution saving throws,
Jesus.
not including Gord. You're good, Kev. You're good.
22.
I've got.
You good?
Jesus. I've got 16.
She's
I've
good.
got 18.
Okay. Mary?
I'm muted, sorry. Also 16.
Okay.
Oh no, what did you get?
19.
Oh, great.
It was a natural 19. You probably higher than that with your bonuses, but totally fine. You guys get up into the room with Dameron, who did not join you all for dinner. You didn't see her down below. She seems to just be having some tea, and you see a fresh pot, 2 in fact, of teapots kind of set up in this meeting area. It's been tidied a little bit, and you see Dina kind of lounging on one of the balcony benches as you make your way in. But as you guys enter, she immediately perks up and jumps over and kind of makes her way across, looking at all of you, and her hackles get up a little bit, and she gets low as Gord makes his way into the room. And she kind of gets lower, her wings spread flat along her back, and then she kind of scurries back and like climbs up the edge over Dameron's shoulder and just kind of perches on Dameron's shoulder. She kind of feeds her a little scrap of something. As you enter, she says, I think it well time after a meal for discussion. Please, make yourselves comfortable. As you sit yourselves down in various positions, Francis sits as close and across from her as he can, but beckons you all to be a part of the discussion. Dameron says, I've spoken with Andal and Mashara. It would seem you have proven yourselves worthy combatants and warriors and spellcasters in your own right. Most of you, anyways. I find it interesting. You are an intriguing group. A rare selection of races working together in ways that I have long since seen actively done so within our realm. It's been many years since so I've never seen a Triton and a Tabaxi side by side.
Haven't seen enough then.
Too right, apparently. It is encouraging to see such a group as yours working collectively and caring so deeply for one another. It is intriguing, partially troubling. Such eclectic group as yours, such a powerful group as yours. In my experience, your types of groups are a little too powerful for their own good. What are your true ambitions within the Vale? She says, looking at your group and beyond Francis, who seems a little shocked and kind of lost for words, expecting this to be a political discussion, less of an accusation of power.
You're right. We're on a bit of a quest ourselves. There are dark forces moving not only in this forest that obviously you're aware of, but across the 4 provinces. Hellish forces who are trying to do Asmodeus' bidding and unleash a hellscape upon the material plane. What we're trying to do is, in part, unite the provinces, because this is going to take all of us. And in that, Francis's goals are noble and just. But as well, we've fought them before. They're just called the Revenant Vow, and we've had our asses handed to us on multiple occasions. As a result, we need to get stronger, and that is in part what brought us here.
Not only that, but it seems the next step in this whole sinister plot is coming closer to home for you all. The first was in Arendelle, the second in Haverstock. It seems the third will be here. In, what was that city called?
Castirum.
Yeah.
Castirum.
Castirian is slightly beyond our borders, but nonetheless within the province. That is troubling, and that is information that will be passed up the chain, so to speak, to the other elders of the tribe. You spoke of 2 things that piqued my interest, however. The first, the Revenant Vow you name. A cult of hell is not... This is not the first time a cult of hell has breached our borders or attempted some grand coup or scheme atop the realm of Vesaria. This is not the first time I have even been privy to conversation with a band of adventuring heroes such as yourselves, who foresee doom, gloom, and death. You may have faced them, but how clear do you see their end? How successful will you see their goals?
To not use a metaphor in the slightest, 3 of the 4 seals of hell have been broken. At every turn, we've tried to prevent them from breaking them. Members of our party that you, and I understand you've seen these before, but this is my family, and two of them have died trying to stop this from happening on the material plane. So, we're in the end game now.
This information is an incredible boon. To know that such dark forces work beyond our borders, and ones in which we may yet be impacted by, could very well sway decision by the elders she looks to Francis, in potentially reconciling with the other provinces. At the very least, a discussion may very well be had on these merits alone. If it were up to me, I would see that a just cause. I have been a somewhat outspoken elder of our tribe in my disagreement with our hiding, so to speak. I've always worked as a branch of the Fae itself, an extension, and a wanderer, you will. It is tiring to only wander so far, when there is a wider world out there to wander and to explore, and to share in what we have learned here, what we've gathered, to spread the Fae, spread the Summer Queen's light as far as it will go. Though you have to understand, as I'm sure she nods again to Francis, those of you who are older and wiser potentially, you may have lofty goals, you may have aspirations of peace, but there are black hearts along every coastline, in every city, in every village beyond our borders and within. It is not lightly that we would open our borders to the others.
Well, fortunately, I brought a heartbreaker. There's another reason we're here too, and when you mention her, I follow the Summer Queen, and she speaks to me, as I'm sure she speaks to you.
So
I had a vision a couple nights ago where I couldn't find a connection with her. It was pure darkness. There were crows. It was cold, much like the things I've experienced in this forest. And the name that stuck out to me, a name that I say with no disrespect, but it's the Dark Crow's name. I think he has some role in this.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh.
On my best. That's still pretty good. 24?
You see, she is immediately intrigued by the idea of the dream, and she seems to have a connection with you and with the Summer Queen and with this dream vision, and does not flinch at the mention of the Dark Crow, as others in the village may have led you to believe. But she looks you over with a rather stern eye as you finish, and says, "The Duke Cartha has long been prisoner of the unseelie court. To suggest his involvement, as you believe, that is as dire to me as any threat the Revenant Vow you speak of has ever laid upon you."
The 4 words I heard in my dream from her to Tanya were, "The Dark Crow comes." And from my personal experience, I wasn't able to feel her light. I was able to cast magic that she has bestowed upon me. It hurt. I was prevented. There was a barrier. I was worried something had happened. She or I managed to break through that, and I haven't had a problem since, aside from the fact that this forest seems corrupt. And as well, I'm not sure if you're aware, but one of the Emerald Enclave outposts from Verdantia, they had a weird night where all of them there had dark dreams, and they heard mysterious, scary noises in the forest. And I mean, Francis can speak to this, but we stumbled across another scouting party of the Emerald Enclave, and they were decimated by some sort of tangled, rotten mess of roots and vines.
This mess of vines wouldn't happen to have been cold to the touch and covered in thorns of blue.
The very one. In fact, my friend Mary there got pricked by one.
You didn't eat the berries, did you?
The only one here who would eat something like that would be Hondo.
Didn't do it.
Good. They can bring about terrible things. That is comforting to know that, as horrible as that may be, it gives me a purpose, gives us a thought, gives us a beginning. These storms have plagued us for many nights now. We are not accustomed to these conditions, and they are ferocious, and they are terrible, truly. With each night, a new battering breaks the will of our people. With each morn, more blighted groves and gloom crossings seem to alight alongside our vale. It is true that our elders had sought to eliminate these areas of the Vale in favor of nature and of beauty instead. But perhaps it's a sign we may have gone too far. She kind of ponders and kind of loses vision with you all for a moment.
Lavender tries to move towards Dina.
Dina's like on her shoulder.
I do not take back my statement.
Just double checking. As Lavender makes move to step a little closer, to slide a little closer towards her, you guys feel a cold breeze rush through the open windows and arches of this little meeting room. Dameron kind of snaps out of the forlorn look that she bore and looks out towards the balcony. She looks back to you all and says, "Another storm is surely coming. But perhaps we know its origin, or at least part of. If you would suggest that the Dark Crow, this Duke Katha, is released in whatever manner it may be, perhaps it is the Unseelie who are behind this."
So, though I feel a kinship, a strong bond to Titania, I must admit, and this is painful to say, I feel very ignorant to more knowledge about her court and the Seelie court. Could you perhaps shine a light on what you know of the Dubkath and the Seelie court, or Unseelie?
Make a persuasion check, just straight.
Great. 25.
She looks you over and says, "You truly do not know much about the Seelie or Unseelie, as they do not allow much information out about them. They are in nature secretive and powerful, and that is about all anyone knows. They operate behind the scenes, and when in front of the scenes, you don't even know it's them. They are a truly powerful force to be reckoned with, and their stretch and power is unaccountable. But they are held in balance with one another. To move against the Summer Queen is to outbalance the Unseelie, and the Unseelie then grows weaker. If the Summer Queen were to strike the Unseelie, likewise she grows weaker. They are two sides of the same coin. Again, the temperature begins to kind of drop. You begin to kind of shiver. There's no open flame in the room. You feel the telltale signs of another storm brewing. Gord, that kind of sickening feeling in your stomach, that like feverish feeling you're getting all over, you feel hot despite the cold air. You feel uncomfortable in your own clothes, in your helmet, in your fur, in your skin. You're almost shaking a little, not out of shivering, but in this like quivering, almost anticipation of something. Something is growing, brewing, boiling, and it's within you. And ever so lightly, you kind of laugh.
God. Jesus.
And kind of the rest of you kind of pick up this very faint sound coming from Gord. Almost like a purr, which is not unfitting, but maybe the wrong time. And Dameron kind of gives like a short look. And another cold breeze blows through. You begin to hear the faint dropping of rain on the horizon. And it's slowly coming your way. You can feel it. You can feel the pressure change as the storm begins to roll across Auburn. Dameron moves to stand over by the balcony to overlook the city and watch the village as people around the village begin to kind of prepare for another storm that they have begun to learn to prepare for, though only just.
Can I tell Fern, if he's not with me, to land on that balcony, just so he's close?
Sure. Easy enough. I would have, Fern and Keith no one has suggested to take them elsewhere. So they are kind of permitted to be wherever you guys are, and there is more than maybe not in this room, but like just outside, you'd be fine.
Okay.
But if you want Fern to land the balcony, totally cool. Dameron watches the storm grow. It says, another night. They come. Kind of begins like preparing and cracking her knuckles a bit. And again, you hear this slight chuckle from Gord. Then another. And then just full, blatant laughter echoing from within his helmet. This odd, tinny laughter and chortle, this cackle. It grows fierce, loud. None of you can avoid the sound now, and it is uncomfortable, frightening. Dameron looks back, and then looks to all of you and says, What is this?
Gord, are you okay? I'm going to click on Heartbreaker.
The storm once more picks up in intensity, and it slowly begins to drop temperature. You can see the rain hammering down on the outskirts of the balcony and the exterior of this building. Dameron kind of looses her staff at her side, and you see her, Mary and Aldi, you recognize her kind of preparing like a somewhat of a battle stance as smoothly and slowly as she can. Dina backs up against her and hisses low as Gord just breaks into full cackling laughter. And as you all kind of stand up and begin to move away, he's not doing anything yet. He's not doing anything at all, but sitting in this seat, unmoving and laughing wildly and manically. You begin to hear others from below, from around, in all directions. A cackle high on the wind as the storm settles in around you. Just mad laughter of 100 voices, all in simultaneous unison, mad, insane laughter. It echoes off the treetops and howls through the wind, before finally and quickly ceasing as quickly as it came. Dameron spins her quarterstaff, and you see this bowstring kind of fall between her fingers, and she turns the quarterstaff into a bow and levels it towards Gord. And says, "What devilry is this?" The storm grows fiercer as the full winter storm settles in about the village. All voices that once cackled, including Gord's, begin to chant. Somewhere out in the storm, someone small can't get warm. Somewhere near in the night, something dark takes to flight. Gord stands. You see magic glowing at his hands. Feel the cold freeze your skin. Breath by breath you're growing thin. The fire grows cold as you grow weak. The crow will feast on those who shriek.
I'm going to step in front of Francis.
Rings out once more madly around every corner of Auburn. We'll pick up there next time.
Damn you, Gord.
What the fuck?
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards must pull themselves together to face whatever horror has gripped the village of Auburn. There'll be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.